Well, Go to it.
It's a long old day for the two guys left. It's going to be hard work.
Well, this is a World Championship trophy. Phil Taylor won so many world titles here inside the Circus Tavern. Do you think it's in the stars that maybe he wins a seniors world title? Not seen his A game yet, anything like, but do you think Phil might get the trophy tonight?
I think he could, but you could say that to any player in it. They could.
What is it about Phil's game that makes you think he's a potential winner?
He can up his game. When he's in trouble, when we've seen him these last couple of days, when he's in trouble, he can push himself that bit, and you can see the old Taylor in him. That's the difference, and he's got, over the years, he's learned to do that. Some of these guys haven't learned to do that. He's got the experience. He's not going to panic. He'll use his ability, and he'll push him. He will push him. If he's in front, then they've got a problem, because he likes to beat you up bad. But that's his job, in the nicest possible way.
On Thursday afternoon, 32 players threw their hats into the ring to try and win the title. Here we are on a lazy Sunday afternoon, and 8 are still standing. The 4 quarter-finals are on the way, back-to-back, and then tonight from 7 it's both semi-finals and the final. Defending seniors world champion Robert Thornton's going to play the reigning WDF world champion Neil Duff. Kevin Painter reached the semi-final stage in 2 of the seniors TV tournaments last year, so he's on familiar ground in the last 8. Mark Dudbridge has only recently joined the seniors tour, and he's played his way into the quarter-finals. Another player recently joining the tour is Texan Leonard Gates. He was in blistering form against Martin Adams last night, and now plays Daryl Fitton for a place in the semi-finals. And for Richie Howson, it will be a career highlight to play 16 times world champion Phil Taylor at the Circus Tavern. Phil played in every PDC World Championship final when the tournament was held here. Richie's hoping he can pull out the plug and cut off the power. It's a big day for Richie Howson, and we can hear from Richie now. He was here earlier today, and he's been talking to Helen.
Richie Howson, quarter-finalist of the World Championships. If that doesn't sound good enough, you're playing Phil Taylor.
Yep, it does sound good enough, but that's the icing on the cake to play Phil. It's a dream come true, really, for all the dart players. I was on the Pro Tour for a couple of years when Phil was on there, and I never got the chance to play him at all, so I've never played Phil competitively. Never thought I would, but joining the seniors, it's given me that opportunity, so I'm very grateful for that.
And yet last night, in your post-match interview, you said that you would probably prefer to play Darren Johnson. Is that just because you're more familiar with his game?
Yeah, I do know Darren's game quite well, but I was lying. Of course, everybody wants to play Phil on the stage.
Okay, I have lost count over the years. I've lost count of the number of players that the occasion has got to them playing Phil Taylor. I know you're in your home stomping ground, but have you given that any thought at all about you've got to play the game, the board, not the man?
Yeah, no, I've thought about playing Phil, obviously, but definitely it won't overawe me at all playing Phil up there. I'll just go up there and play my game. I'll be trying to win. Yeah, if it was Phil 10 years ago...
Oh, nobody beat him.
Yeah, he would. It's just, I'm playing really well at the moment, and I'm sure I can give him a really good game, if not beat him.
Well, your first 2 games were good, but a lot of players say, no, I know I've got another gear. Is there more gears?
Yeah, I definitely have. I've played a hell of a lot better this on the tour lately. I know it's slightly different up on the stage with the crowd, but I feel comfortable up there, and if I can get my A game up there, I can't see any reason why I couldn't really go all the way and win this, to be honest.
Well, you're a local lad, and you fill the place up with your fans. You feel like a bit of a superstar up there.
Of course you do. It's like, thing is, everybody loves a pat on the back now and then, and to have all these people cheering for you and wanting you to win, it's fantastic, yeah.
But you're 5 minutes down the road. You did book a hotel.
Yes, I did, yeah. Not because I'm lazy and I want to be even nearer, but it's a routine that I have. On the tour, you're staying from a hotel over the weekend, and on the Motor Super Series, you're in a hotel, and you get used to this rhythm, this routine. So I didn't want to break that. I wanted to give myself every opportunity to play well.
We look forward to your game. I think the doors are just opening, so we better let you go back on the practice board before all of your fans either A, start hollering and ruin the interview, or B, grab you for autographs and photographs.
Okay.
Richie, best of
Thanks
luck
very much,
later,
Ellie.
and who knows, you might be lifting that
Who
trophy.
knows? Thank you.
Very likeable bloke, Bobby.
Lovely guy.
Great professional.
He said he's got different gears. He's like Richard Gere. He's a different gear. He has got a different gear. He can up his game. And he's a nice guy. A real big-headed, don't show off, just gets out there, plays his game. If he plays well, lovely. If he doesn't, he accepts that.
Do you think it is an issue that sometimes people go on the stage and they notice that Phil Taylor is standing by the side of them and it affects them?
Well, they think of Phil Taylor when Phil Taylor was the captain of the ship. But he's a crew member now, I'll put it that way. So they shouldn't be really, they should play the ball. I know it's hard, it's easy to say, it's difficult to do.
Yes.
But you've got to just blank Phil Taylor, don't even look at him. I wouldn't even bother to look at him in his front. And just play your own game. Don't worry about it. If he plays his own game, he can win. If Phil plays, they're so close together.
And the professionalism of Richie, that he does live 5 minutes down the road, but he booked the hotel room because routine's important for pro darts players. When you practice, when you go to the venue, when you get ready, it's important.
Yeah. Well, a lot of them are superstitious. They sit in the same chair in the hotel, they have their breakfast, they use the same bar area, use the same toilet. They'll do things routine, because if it works, they do it all the time. I wasn't like that, but a lot of guys were like it.
Richie's got a great chance against Phil, hasn't he? But
Yeah, they go. Yeah, they all.
Who knows?
Yeah. All of them got a chance, Raymond.
Yeah.
And it's going to be nice. It's going to be a right good day of darts today.
Right, let's look at the order of play for this afternoon just to confirm the full lineup. Richie Howson against Phil Taylor coming up any moment now. Leonard Gates was in blistering form to beat Martin Adams last night, and now he goes against Daryl Fitton. Kevin Painter against Mark Dudbridge, third game on, fourth game of the afternoon. Robert Thornton, the defending champion, against Neil Duff, and that will not be easy in any shape or form. Do you agree with that? Neil Duff's going to give Robert a game, isn't he?
Oh, he's a good player, steady. I mean, I never really watched him play. I saw him play the final of the World Federation of Darts, and he said he's going to win it at the start. He said that on the telly, I'm going to win this tournament, and he did. But I watched when he played Lee Aston, I thought, got some bottle, this guy.
Yes.
I mean, he did dig deep, and he played really well to do that. That's what you got to have.
We'll talk about this over the course of the afternoon. Leonard Gates was magnificent last night. Great dart player, great entertainer. Bringing that level of game back the next day, is that straightforward?
Well, he played good in the first round, but we thought, oh, that's, you know, because they say he's not here to count, he's here to play darts. And the longer he plays darts, he'll count better. But he's a great dart player. I mean, he looks at the score, I need that, bang. I thought it was entertaining. I really was laughing yesterday because you don't see that sort of form. He didn't miss a shot. It was fantastic, he was. And that's what he does today.
We are ready to go. First quarter-final about to get underway. Paul Starr will introduce the players.
Welcome to the party, ladies and gentlemen. We are live from Purfleet at the Circus Tavern.
Trophy time at the Tavern. It's Taylor time at the Circus Tavern as Phil Taylor makes his way to the stage for another tilt at a World Championship. This time, the Seniors World Championship. He takes on Richie Howson, a home hero from just 5 minutes down the road, in a match that he is able to tick off his bucket list. The Owl, one of the qualifiers for this tournament, the best performing one. Usually I would start a day like this by saying something like 32 came and 8 remain, but it is more than that when you consider all of the players over the age of 50 entering the World Seniors Tour events to try and earn the chance to live their darting dreams, like playing the Power in Purfleet. Will the Owl fare better than Colin McGarry and Darren Johnson, who some suggested maybe played Phil Taylor of old in their heads? But we did see some of the Phil Taylor of old yesterday. A brilliant 161 checkout turned the tie against DJ, and he is through to the quarterfinals and in pursuit.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First set, first leg. It's Richie to throw first. Come on.
Chance to lay his hands on that beautiful trophy. But you can already hear that the crowd will be on the side of this man. I'm Chris Murphy. A slight change in the commentary box for today. Delighted to welcome along
100.
another kid in a sweet shop in Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I think Kid in a Sweet Shop analyses this perfectly. It reminds me of a movie, Rocky Balboa, and in that film, Rocky Balboa went over to the commentary team and said hello, and the commentator turned around and said, I can't believe I'm about to commentate on a Rocky Balboa match. That's how I feel right now about to watch Phil Taylor. That's how this audience feel right now. 5 years ago, he retired when he went out to Rob Cross at the Alexandra Palace, and certainly
85.
Richie Howson feels like that. We heard him talking to Helen Chamberlain before the off, and he was saying what a dream come true. He probably thought this opportunity would never happen as well.
Yeah, I mentioned that he did play on the Pro Tour in PDC darts for a couple of years and never actually got drawn against Phil Taylor. You did once, Matt, didn't you? How did that go?
Can we skip over that bit and we'll enjoy Richie Howson for this moment. I think I lost to Richie Howson as well, actually, so we won't talk about either of those ones. Richie Howson's best on the PDC tour was a quarter-final, and that instantly comes to my mind because he beat me in the last 16.
Yeah, very different places in their career, as you say. Taylor retired, tempted a bit by the lure of the Tavern and the World Seniors Tour. Richie Howson, very much the dominant force on that tour, a winner of 5 of the events that have been held away from the big stages, and he's made it through to most of the big televised events as well, going deep in the Masters at Lakeside, reaching the semi-finals last year.
Yeah, he lost in that one to David Cameron, who actually went on to lift the title that week. Someone he got his revenge against, actually, in this very event. He drew David Cameron in the opening round, said that was a nasty draw. It really was for both players, because they're both sort of the top dogs, really, of that seniors ranking system.
Of course, Cameron going on to beat Taylor in the final. Howson may then have thought his chance of
William
playing the great man
157.
had gone. But here he is, with a front row seat for Phil Taylor, trying to take out 157. We saw the 161 yesterday. We're not going to see another one added to the roll of big finishers just yet. But we did see in that match, maybe not a massive improvement in terms of the averages, but in the way that he was throwing his darts, and certainly towards the end of the game, Taylor started to find his feet.
Yeah, I think that's what really interests me the most, really, when we talk about Phil Taylor, because he says in his interviews he knows what he's doing wrong. If he can put that right, we could be about to watch Phil Taylor lift another title today.
Awkward.
Game shot the
Didn't have an awful lot of the bed to aim at there. Went to the right-hand side, pinned it in the corner. It's a break and throw. And Richie Howson now left under no illusions to how hard the task may be.
It all comes down as well to what is Richie Howson doing up there? Who is he playing? Is he playing the 2023 version of Phil Taylor, or is he playing Phil Taylor, the man widely regarded as the greatest player that has ever picked up a dart?
I like the way that Bobby George put it at the top of the show. He used to be the captain of the ship, now he's just a crewmate, and they've got to try and see him that way. In fact, Richie Howson should be seeing himself as a favourite to win this match, based on the form the pair have produced over the last 12 months.
Especially, as you say, with those sort of back-to-back titles. But Phil Taylor reckons he knows what he was doing wrong. He maybe has sorted out, because this is an absolute perfect start for Phil Taylor. He broke the throw in the opening leg, and he's finding that first start just on the bottom wire where Phil Taylor ideally likes it to be, the old stacker darts.
137.
Well, many of his darts in and around the treble yesterday. That's the way he put it. He was throwing some beautiful darts, as he described them, but they weren't quite going in. Well, the early signs in this match are they are going in.
Yeah, and that can lead to frustration as well when you're getting so close and it's not going in. Then we tend to see the player having that squinty look where they close their eyes and they have a look from each side, and they think eventually this is surely going to start happening. Is today that day for Phil Taylor?
This is the first of the 4 quarter-finals, all played in the afternoon session before the semis and final are completed this evening. Following this one will be
66.
The leading light of yesterday's action, Leonard Gates taking on
Richie
Darryl
Ricard,
Fitton.
164.
Before Kevin Painter meets Mark Dudbridge, and Robert Thornton, the defending champion, continues his title tilt against the confident WDF
44.
World Champion Neil Duff.
Fill your car 115.
He opted to start on the treble 19 there, but the 3 leaves him no shot. He will be able to pick the double of choice.
83. Richie
This is
O'Connor
the double 16 on this
120.
occasion. It'll be tops for Howson if he can find a treble 20 and a single. He gets the treble. Single for tops. Or tops for double 10.
100. Fill your car 32.
Would have been one way to do it, but couldn't get the ultra important bit at the end of the leg, and Phil Taylor
Game shot the second
reacquainted
leg.
with double 16. And already
Richie to throw first.
looking
Go
as
on.
good as we've seen him in any of the seniors events he's played over the last 12 months.
And is that possibly a little sign already of the early nerves of Richie Howson? Because he threw that to stay away from the treble 20, not
60.
wanting to bust. And he threw over safe and ended up going in the tops.
Here he comes again.
125.
We were all pondering the question before the game, would Richie Howson be playing with Phil Taylor
95.
10, 15, 20 years ago, or the Phil Taylor of now? Well, he's not having much choice in the matter. It's not about how he's playing him mentally here. Phil Taylor is producing the
100.
darts of yesteryear.
Which is very good signs for Phil Taylor fans and those romantics who would like to see Phil Taylor lift another one of these titles. This is the 23rd time in his
100.
career that he's actually walked into a venue where he could leave with a world championship. We know obviously he's won 16 world titles, but he's played in 19 PDC finals, winning 14 of them, 5 of them the runner-up. He had 2 on the BDO side where he won both of them.
100.
And also last year, he walked into this venue on quarter-finals day, losing 3-0 to Kevin Painter, but that was a day he could have left as the seniors world champion.
Quite remarkable. And I
60.
don't think that you would get those stats spouted in any other sport, to be quite honest. This really is the owl against the goats.
I don't think we'll ever get them
83.
in darts ever again, those sort of stats. The strength and depth in the tour and in the system at the moment is why he is GOAT status.
Well, when he comes back to the hockey,
60.
he's looking for 93
Phil
to
O'Connor,
wrap up
93.
the opening set in double quick time. Kind of confidence going for the treble 19. And he gets a shot.
61. Richie O'Connor
There's a good bit of
126.
purpose about Phil Taylor today. Richie Howson had a shot at the 120 in the last leg. He missed it on the double 10. Won't be getting a dart at the ball in this occasion. A
54.
slight shake of the head.
Phil
The shake of the
O'Connor,
head in the
32.
expectancy that Phil Taylor will continue this domination and take the opening set with 2 breaks a throw.
Game shot the first set.
Taylor's turned up.
Phil Taylor.
And with apparent
Second
ease,
set, first leg is Phil to throw
he
first.
breezes past
Game
the
on.
owl. Who looked, I have to say, don't know if you thought this yourself, Matthew, slightly overcome with emotion when he was on the stage, knowing that he had this big match, this big moment with the legend of this sport.
And I cannot blame him. It is a big opportunity, and he's not playing terrible.
140.
He just needs to get this situation out of his head of the match that he is involved in here with Phil Taylor, which is not an easy thing to do, because I'm sure he's been reminded of this all day. And certainly when you got here today
57.
and sat down with Helen and the phone would have been pinging. I think for Richie Howson, the best thing to would have done is the moment he knew he was playing Phil Taylor would be switch that phone off, go back to his hotel room, not his house, even though it is only 5 minutes away, which I do find quite interesting and extremely professional of Richie Howson.
123.
Yeah, somebody who certainly doesn't have the mentality of a top professional sports.
100.
I'm talking about myself, Matt, not you. It was kind of baffling to me that when I heard that he was staying in a hotel when he had the chance to stay at home. Not a route I would take, but when you actually dig deeper into the reasons why, it does make a lot of sense.
Looking for the first 180 of this match, and it makes perfect sense. Personally, I wouldn't have done it, but that's because I'm like most dart players who are a little bit tight, and I wouldn't want to have spent on the hotel. But that's a sign here that Richie Howson is confident he's here for the long haul.
81. Richie O'Connor, 98.
Well, a much better leg of darts put together by the Owl here. Hat-trick of 2 treble turns, and he's looking for an 11 darter. A dozen will do on double 19.
60. Phil O'Connor, 123.
Just becomes more and more important to get that first leg on the board for Richie Howson, because the longer this goes on, the more the nerves will be jangling. 66. He looks for the treble. That leaves him the ball for a 1, 2, 3.
86. Richie O'Connor, 38.
That really would have been a huge blow to Howson. Who this time opts to split. After 2 failed attempts at double 19, he changes the plan. Goes for double 16,
6.
but he fails to
Phil
find that
O'Connor,
also.
37.
The breaker throw would have certainly made him feel better about this situation. But it's
Game
more
shot
of the
the first
same
leg.
for Phil Taylor.
Second leg, Richie to
We
throw
saw him
first.
improve
Game
throughout
on.
last year when he played on the seniors, and a lot of the players in their interviews have been talking about Phil Taylor, saying how they expect him to be a better beast this year and a little bit more like the Phil Taylor we know.
140.
Yeah, tournament average of 83 for Phil Taylor, so he's outperforming that at this moment. Richie Howson slightly higher at 85.41.
60.
But where Taylor really seems to have sharpened up in this match is on the doubling.
Well, it's really interesting, actually, when we was looking through those stats and those numbers before this game, and when we look at the front 9 average of the players, that real sort of scoring power, there was nothing really to separate the two.
100.
And you felt that this was going to come down to the doubles, of which Richie Howson significantly better on the finishing than Phil Taylor. Maybe Phil Taylor was aware of that situation and prepped for this
55.
exact scenario.
And on the other hand, Richie Howson still yet to hit a darts to do so in the second leg of the opening set.
131.
Squander 4 more in the first leg of this set. He should get more from here as well.
We mentioned that
95.
getting that first leg on the board is going to be really important for Richie Howson. If he doesn't do it in this one, you will feel the worst, because he has a 160-point buffer. He has the luxury here that he doesn't have to chase down the ball. That's why he switched over to the treble 18 rather than persisting on the single 20s. He could have gone on the treble 20 to leave the double 5, but obviously feels much more comfortable on the double 16. Is why he went for the treble 18 to potentially leave him on the double 8.
Richie O'Connor, 32.
After 5 missed darts in this match, can Richie Howson now register a leg?
Have to hit the same double twice. Well, now hit 2 different doubles.
Game
And he
shot
manages
the
that.
second leg. Richie
Howson off
For
the mark,
Cruisers
and maybe
Game on.
just in the nick of time.
One thing Phil Taylor was very, very good at throughout his career was that mental side of the game, that strong mentality.
96.
And he will be able to sense weakness. That's one thing you won't lose. He might have lost some of the ability in the delivery of the darts, but he certainly won't have lost the reading of the play. And if he can sense Richie Howson missing shots or playing too safe on certain plays, like that
81.
120 shot where he ended up hitting the double 20, Phil Taylor will be getting a good read of that, like he did in his last game with Darren Johnson, when we had that little bit of a battle of words spilling out into the interviews.
140.
I'll tell you what as well, Richie Howson in front of a home crowd, but you wouldn't know it, they're captivated by the clash, aren't they? Silence, complete
100.
silence. And eyes fixed on the stage as the players are throwing.
Phil Taylor was asked if he feels like he's going to be up against a hostile crowd, and kind of dismissed the question.
60.
But it has been a real throwback, hasn't it? A real respectful darts crowd. Very much best of order when the players are throwing.
That our first maximum of this game, the first maximum of the quarterfinals, goes the direction of Richie Howson as that respectful crowd hoists those 180 flights up into the air for the first of what will be many times throughout
76.
this Sunday
Richie
afternoon and
O'Connell,
evening.
140.
Big leg this. On the Taylor throw. The 180 has given Howson the chance. He'll be looking just to leave tops.
100. Phil O'Connell,
Finds the trouble with the left
129.
arm when we talk about people being under pressure. Actually, I don't even think Phil feels too much pressure, to be fair. Treble 24, the bull. And after breaking the throw in the opening set,
49.
Howson could be
Richie
about to
O'Connell,
return the
40.
favour.
Has actually hit this double already, but not to win a leg.
Game shot on the third leg. Richie
Gets the cover,
Howson.
and Richie Howson gets the
Fourth
break.
leg, Richie to throw first.
But if he wins one of the next two legs,
Game
then the
on.
game will be square at the break.
Just want to pick up on something I said at the end of that last leg, actually, when I said I don't think Phil Taylor feels the pressure as such. Well, actually, after his game with Colin McGarry, he was saying he was shaking and he was actually a little bit nervous because he's obviously stepped away from the game, from the professional ranks from 5 years ago, and doesn't have that much
100.
competitive play now in front of a crowd, and certainly not in front of the cameras. This is a man who's won 16 World Championships. Played in many more World Championship finals.
59.
Maybe, if you're sat at home and thinking, how do I get over the nerves when I play darts? Maybe the answer isn't getting over them. Maybe the answer is embrace them, because even the greatest of all time is feeling the nerves here at the Seniors World Championship.
95.
There's also the legacy factor as well, isn't there? The reputation to uphold, if you like, and mentioned during the coverage yesterday that it's pretty courageous for many of these
58.
players who have achieved so much, none more so than this man, to go up there and put themselves through it.
Yeah, because it must be frustrating as well to know how good Phil was and standing there at the back of the stage thinking, if this were a few years ago, I'd be having you right now. We have seen that Phil can still do that. He played an exhibition in Oldham back in December where he beat Raymond van Barneveld in a head-to-head. Now, think about Barneveld's form at that time. 106.76 average. Phil Taylor won that match.
57. Richie O'Connell, 170.
Well, no need for the fireworks here from Howson, with Taylor a long way behind, but he might want to give his fans something to cheer.
98.
I think right now getting this game back to 1-1 will give them plenty to cheer about going into the break.
Taylor turned it on at
100.
the start of the match,
Richie
on the
O'Connell,
first 4 legs
72.
of the contest, but Howson finally settled, and this is to make it 3 on the spin for him. Crucially, to level up the game in sets. Double 16,
40.
not there yet.
And the man who had the best doubling percentage coming into this was wilting a little bit, and that's a lot down to not what's in front of him, again, what's behind him.
60. Richie O'Connell, 32.
Just wanted to apply more pressure. You could see that in the reaction of the great man. And it's double 16. And
Game
it is
shot on the
all
second set.
square,
Richie
all to
Howson.
play for. Seniors action at the World Championship, where Phil Taylor, 16 times a winner of darts, most prestigious crown, really came out of the blocks with a little bit of the old magic. He won the first 4 legs of the match. He was looking like he might be about to just breeze past the owl Richie Howson, but the hometown hero has won the last 3 legs to level up in sets, and it is all to play for, all square at 1 apiece. Matthew Edgar alongside me, and it's been from the beginning of the game really, a really captivating clash.
I think there was a moment just as we were going to the commercial break there where I thought, this is the moment now where Richie Howson is going to try and kick on. This is the moment that Richie Howson sees this as an opportunity to now go on and win. When Phil Taylor lost that set, he was off the stage very quick. Richie Howson stood just staring out into the crowd with a level of focus that I have not seen on him since he walked on that stage. Is that like a reset? Now I've been on stage, I've got over the the vibe of I'm a competition winner playing on stage against Phil Taylor. Now I'm a man trying to beat Phil Taylor to reach a semi-final of a TV World Championship.
Maybe just settled into it. Taylor won the first 4 legs of the match, all in 6 visits to the Orchid.
45.
Howson then won 2 on the spin in 5 visits to put himself in pole position before a 17 dart leg got him over the line.
60.
A little bit of frustration kicking in for Phil. I mentioned earlier that he said he knows what's going wrong, but he also followed that up with saying it's frustrating sometimes because I know what I'm doing wrong and I just can't seem to correct it. That might be down to the fact that he's now nearly 63 years
95.
old. Questions his energy levels as well across a day like this, and I listen a lot to people like John Part who speak about energy levels not just being physical, but you've got the 2 bars, which makes perfect sense, having a physical and a mental energy sort of health bar.
If he is to win this match and play in the semi-finals this evening against either Leonard Gates or Darryl Fitton, do you think it will actually help Taylor to have played first in that case?
Yeah, it's going to give him a long period of time. How you prepare for that? I'm not Phil Taylor. Phil Taylor knows how to prepare so much better than I ever would know. But when we look at that, it's, do you go and sit down for a bit? Do you try and stay active and just go on tick-over mode? The UK Open was always an event that sort of questioned people's mentality of that.
Maybe even go and have a sleep.
100. Toluca 123.
Needs to be alert and awake here. And that has drifted into a segment, which means Phil Taylor cannot now finish the 1-2-3.
83.
It's tops for Howson to take the lead for the first time in this match. Then how important will it be for him to get his first leg on the board?
He lost
the first 4 legs, and since getting his first leg on the board, he's yet to lose a leg.
4 legs on the spin in answer to the same amount lost for Richie Howson, and the Owls fans
96.
around the arena will be feeling a little bit more relaxed. Be a couple of interested Owls right in the front row.
140.
I was thinking that during the practice starts, because they have the masks on the actual face, and the crowd here, you'll see, are extremely close to the stage. And what you'll see with dart players, you'll probably see in a second, Phil Taylor will walk back and he'll have his head down. They don't tend to want to look around too much. They keep the head down, look at the floor, and then the head comes up as you get past the eye line of the crowd. With the crowd being so close, there's no option but to see that front row. And when you look out there and all you see is
59.
a little horde of owls. I don't know if a horde of owls is the correct term, but it must be a little bit off-putting at times as well to know that someone like Phil Taylor isn't necessarily the crowd favourite in this one.
I actually believe it's a parliament of owls.
Do stand corrected, but then again, I expected to be.
Well, this used to be Phil Taylor's house, and he mentioned in one of his interviews that despite all of the great venues that he's played in, this is where he feels most at home.
Just thinking about that point, are the Richie Howson fans now the Howson Parliament?
Great line. I wish I'd said that.
140.
Howson taking charge of this one, despite the fact that Phil Taylor thrown first in this leg. will not be able to affect the opportunity that Richie Howson has already carved out for himself. And that bounce out is going to mean Howson gets 6. And that's significant, because if Phil would have left the finish, we might have seen Howson use the ball if he doesn't find the treble 19 or 15 with the first dart. Is the 15 opted? Now, if Phil didn't have that bounce out, we would have seen Howson looking at the 16 and the ball. Instead,
49.
He gets to leave himself on his preferred double 16.
All Taylor can do now is hit and hope. Oh, his hopes disappearing fast after a
82.
fast start.
Richie O'Connor, 32.
Taylor, and a slow one from Howson. This game has turned around step by step, leg by leg.
Game shown the second leg.
Leg by leg.
Richie Howson.
Richie Howson wins. It seems to be a
First
familiar
leg, Richie
story at the
to
moment.
first.
First 4 legs went to the power. Hasn't been able to register any for the next 5. We did say coming into this, Richie Howson was the more informed player. He's been very active on that seniors tour and picking up multiple titles back to back, including victories over people like Matt Clark, who we just seen reach the overall final of the Motor Super Series. Michael Huntley and Dennis Harbour, who played in this very event, and Alan Norris, who I expect we're going to see here at some point soon.
Perfect first start for Phil Taylor, followed by a perfect second.
140.
But the averages in the game have flip-flopped, as has the scoreline, of course, and Phil Taylor's kind of regressed to the mean of what we've seen at the seniors from him, that low to mid-80s average, as Howson is now heading towards 90, the kind
100.
of standard that has seen him win those matches and tournaments that Matt's just mentioned.
You know, he did have a high in that tournament as well of a 97.86. Feel if he can get anywhere near that,
100.
he may be getting his hands on that trophy come the end of the day. Does he dare to dream? Noticed all the players so far sort of played down the chances a little bit. They're game by game. No one set out a marker and said that trophy's mine
60.
yet.
Well, I've let you settle in for long enough now, Matthew, so I'm going to put you on the spot, having seen what you've seen over the last 3 days. Who do you think the most
58.
likely man to be hoisting the trophy aloft this evening is?
Yeah, don't take long to be put on the spot, does it? I'm straight in there. I've been impressed with both Dudbridge and Painter. I think that's going to be a cracking game later on. Whoever wins that's going to be in with a bit of a shout.
85.
Robert Thornton, despite being the favourite, despite being the defending champion, I think he's going a little bit under the radar. Because when we talk about champions and who's going to win this event, Robert Thornton's not coming up as much as he probably should.
60.
Yeah, he really has turned up. The most consistent performer across his first 2 matches, though Leonard Gates produced the best performance of the tournament yesterday when he got the better of last year's beaten finalist Martin Adams.
60. Phil Car,
Really good
143.
performance that from Leonard Gates, the most active player at the highest level at the moment of the players we've got here so far. But Phil Taylor, it's starting to look a little bit desperate in terms of stopping this run
86.
of Richie Howson.
Richie O'Connor, 115.
But this could be a really pivotal point in the contest. Howson with the throw, looking at 115. If he doesn't take it, Taylor will get a rare opportunity to break and the chance
99.
to end that trend of
Phil
losing
O'Connor,
legs.
57.
I think that's the most important thing here. End that losing trend. Tops to register his first leg. The 5 straight misses.
37.
And
Richie
Howson
O'Connor,
to keep that
16.
run going, but a run that will stretch him over in the lead and get that 3rd set on the board.
Hasn't been getting darts at double. He's out of practice, Phil Taylor, over the last 15 minutes or so. Does he get more? He doesn't.
Game shown the 3rd set.
Richie Howson gets the set.
4
Meaning
set first leg is Phil
on the
to go
day
first. Game on.
of his darting dream, his bucket list match is going his way.
Now just refer back
85.
to that moment that I mentioned at the end of set 1 when he just stood on the edge of the stage just looking out. It was to me, it was like he was trying to root himself in the situation and just sort of ignore everything that's going around him and just try and get himself in a little bubble where the only thing that matters is that hockey, that board, and this game of darts.
Something that was levelled at both Colin McGarry and Darren Johnson is thinking about who they're playing than just, well, the old-fashioned way of putting it is playing the board, isn't it? Maybe Howson has managed to do that.
Bit of a slip there. He wasn't happy with how that's come out the hand and didn't just pursue and carry on. Sort of step back and try and recompose.
26.
Not very successfully, though. Maybe some nerves and some edginess there. Maybe you can see the finishing line.
140.
Because of these really big, thick barrels, it amazes me how he gets to fill it up in ever. Never mind. But he's hit 180 so far this week.
One thing that he did manage to do in both his matches against McGarry and Johnson was perform when his back was against the wall. When he looked beaten in both of those games, he turned it on 2-0 down in the deciding set against McGarry. And then a stunning 1-6-1 checkout to turn the tables on DJ, Darren Johnson, kicking off the next leg with the 180 as well. I just think it left his opponent's head in a bit of a spin.
181.
He's going to get the head in a bit of a spin. It's going to raise the noise. Going to force him. Go for 12 on ball or treble 12 for double 13.
68.
Richie Howson,
96.
who looked completely out of this just 3 darts ago, has now got a potential 2-dart finish to keep the run going.
And to break Phil Taylor.
56.
Doesn't happen,
Phil
but right now,
13.
how confident would Phil Taylor backers feel in cleaning this up? 2 darts at double 4. Going to bounce it off that barrel and into the bed.
9. Richie 40.
That movement of the arm was a indication of how he felt he threw that, sort of throwing across rather than directly at the board. As Richie Howson directly at the board in the tops puts himself just a couple of legs away from the match in this race to 3 sets.
After losing legs 1 to 4, it's now a Super 7 on the trot for Howson. Yes, Taylor has missed doubles in the last couple. But he is in position now to leave the great Phil Taylor
97.
standing firmly on the tungsten trapdoor.
This isn't uncharted waters here for Richie Howson. He has reached a semi-final on TV just last year. That was in the Masters, which was played down at Lakeside. He got wins over Terry Jenkins, Trina Gulliver and Keith Della before losing to the eventual champion David Cameron. So he does know what it takes to get to this stage and get beyond the quarter-final stage.
60.
Is the match getting beyond Phil Taylor? That first 9 average for Richie Howson doing a lot of the damage. He's just leaving Taylor in his slipstream, leg after leg.
45.
It's the timing as well for Richie Howson, like that 180 when Phil Taylor looked like he was running away with it in the last. Perfectly timed maximum.
96.
Puts pressure on the man who has spent a career of pressurising everybody else.
The run ended, the fun ended for Phil Taylor at the Circus Tavern.
140.
Quarterfinals last year when he was beaten by Kevin Painter. A day of redemption for the artist, who we will see in action later on this afternoon. It's going to be the
60.
same round that sees
Richie
the great man bow out
157.
in 2023.
Howson's been afforded 6 darts here at the 157. Looking like he's going to set this one up nicely. Comes down for the 19s to leave himself on a 2-darter to move himself 1 away from the match.
I was just watching Phil Taylor behind him and he was still shaking his head. It's a frustration to him that he's just not in position to do anything about any mistake that Howson might make. Even now, it's not a straightforward chance. If Howson does mess this up, and he's messed it up so far, he's only getting 1 dart at double. Still the head shake goes on from Taylor because he knows he should have a better opportunity than this.
Yeah, he's going to need to find a couple of trebles here to get a dart at the double. Not that one.
Yeah, and even the single 18, he could have gone treble 20 bullseye, but by missing there, the chance had gone immediately. So tops for Howson to put Taylor on the brink of elimination.
One dart left.
20.
He's gone below. Richie Howson got an unexpected chance in the last leg, courtesy of his 180. Phil Taylor gets an unexpected chance, courtesy of the missing of Richie Howson. It's going to be on the bull.
It's in
the ball.
Phil Taylor.
Write this man off at your peril. I think he was even starting to write himself off, judging by some of the facial expressions and shakes of the head. But he got his chance, and the power pounced.
Well, it's got to be said that Richie Howson made an absolute mess of that from the 58. He missed the big 18. He only just got that one in the single 17, right on the wire of 3 and down by the double. And how unsettling can that be when you're then trying to go for the tops? Remember, he did have those sort of unsettled darts earlier on when he hit the 26. It's one thing playing a player like Phil Taylor and then getting ahead of them, but it's another thing finishing them off.
We saw how long it perhaps took him to settle in the game. Is he now in a similar process where, first of all, he was thinking about what an occasion it would be to play Phil Taylor. Now he might be thinking about what an occasion it would be to beat Phil Taylor.
No doubt he's visualised this moment many a times. Anyone watching at home who's ever picked up a set of darts will know the exact moment when you're practising at home and you'll get yourself a dart at double 16 and you'll go for the match against Phil Taylor. Richie Howson might experience that feeling today.
That should settle him down and maybe unsettle him.
27.
Because having just been broken back, Howson in prime position to cancel that out, and if he wins this leg, he will indeed be throwing for just that moment that he's dreamed of, that many of you watching would have dreamed of. And by the way, players over the age of 50 can sign up to play on the Seniors Tour and could find themselves going toe-to-toe with Taylor if you're good enough. All you've got to do
137
is to be pretty good at hitting the bullseye and to have hit the bullseye in years. All the information at the World Seniors website.
I think that we're going to get players revive careers. Players have better senior careers than they did professional ones.
Well, Richie Howson is the example of that, isn't he?
'94.
80 finish for Howson.
Richie Car 80.
Can he make better than he did in the last leg and finally get himself that one leg away from beating one of the greatest players that has ever picked up the darts?
40. Phil Car 60.
Having a little bit of trouble just getting to that line. And Taylor can take a step towards forcing a deciding set here. Double top.
20. Richie Car 40.
Big opportunity by virtue of those misses. The target that Taylor could not find is located by Howson, who will now throw to cut the power in Purfleet.
Purfleet, the Circus Tavern, the home of Phil Taylor darts, if you ask Phil Taylor. Teddy loves the Ali Pali, he loves the Winter Gardens, but for him, the home of darts has always been the Circus Tavern. And when you look at his record and his history here, there have been 14 PDC World Championships played in this venue. Phil Taylor has played in the final of every single one of them. Only ever beaten 3 times.
You really could hear a pin drop.
140.
Towson does convert this 2-6-1 to 0 in the next minute or two, and I think you'll hear an almighty roar. But when his back's against the wall, Phil Taylor, more than anybody else, knows how to come out swinging. His first 180 of the match, and when he needed it most.
85.
A slip from Howson with the last start. Phil Taylor would give anything right now to find another one of those big hits. Now, a prime Phil Taylor would have sat just on top of that dart, and I think that's again where the frustration is coming from Phil's game. You see quite a lot when people return to sports, don't you, when they've been out for a while and they go play their local Sunday League football, and they say how the body doesn't do what the head wants it to. I think that's what we're seeing here with Phil Taylor.
140. Phil Car 164.
Richardson in position. And he's going to get match darts.
100. Richard Car 36.
This is the moment that he's dreamed of. And Richie Howson fulfills his darting dream, defeating the great...
Well, you know, Phil, if you don't, he could come back and bite you on the bum, that's the thing, so... Oh, God, I can't believe that.
Amazing. And the crowd as well. They're brilliant. The best of order in here is superb. Not a yaya or a colo in sight.
Oh, thank God. Great crowd. Thank you very much for your support. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, right. It's all right. We can do this. You're our first semi-finalist for the World Championships.
You always do. I just really didn't settle in that first set, and Phil punished me for it. And I went off, got the next set, and went off and come back with a bit more of a focused head on.
You didn't just get the next set, you got 7 legs in a row.
Yeah, no, I played okay that second set. But you've got to. If you don't, you're going to get punished.
You always know that he's got the capabilities of coming back at you. Your finishing was good. Do you know what? I still reckon you've got more scoring in you.
Definitely. Yeah. Hopefully I'll do it in the semi-final.
Okay, you've got to... It's all today, so... But the thing is you guys away from television, you know what it's like playing on tours. You can play darts all day.
Yeah, all day long doesn't worry me at all. I'm up to 57, but I can still keep awake all day.
57?
I am really 57.
Right.
I don't need a power nap yet.
Okay, then. We will see you again later on in the semi-final of the World Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard, I've never seen him.
Through to the semi-finals of this year's Seniors World Darts Championship. Bobby George is watching the action. Richie Howson's just knocked out Phil Taylor. Given Phil's standing in darts and the fact that he played in every final when the PDC World Championship was played here, and this was a bucket list match for Richie. That was a terrific performance, Bobby, would you agree?
Yeah, he played very well, the boy. He put all them hours of practice there, so you can think hours and days and years, and that's his reward. That's what he wanted. He played very consistent. He didn't wander much on the 20s. his finishing was pretty tidy as well. Phil didn't play that bad because if Phil could have nicked that second set, then it's a different game. But Richie didn't let him do that. He done what Phil normally did, beat him up. He just kept in front of him, and Phil got frustrated. He just couldn't get a shot. That's what he wanted. Just because Phil can, if he had 170, he can get it. He's that dangerous. But he wasn't today. He could not get a shot because Richie wouldn't let him. He was
played tribute to Phil, but knows he's coming back to play in the semi-finals tonight because it's not enough for him. Yes, that was bucket list victory. He wants to win the trophy.
Well, obviously, he had to get over Phil to have a chance. He's got that. He can't say, yeah, he hasn't won it yet. He's still got to keep going. He's got to have the same thoughts in his head. He didn't look at Phil. He went right back, looked at the floor, concentrated on what he was doing. If he got a big score or a good outshot, he didn't give it all that. He just took the darts out, come back. He done it military, and he played really, well, deserved it.
A lot of people watching seniors darts and maybe don't know the sport as well as you do, and lots of other people in here today and the pros. When they see somebody beating Phil Taylor and the quality in the field of the other players in the tournament, does it show that seniors darts, the quality of performance is going up and up and up?
Yeah, I mean, that was a real good game. You can say they're two old boys, would you, playing darts? That was quality darts.
Yeah, exactly.
It was, 100, 140s. It was good score. All right, there's a few wild ones here and there, but you get that in the top game. But when you think they're playing like that, the standard's really high. It's not as low as people think.
Given he lives 5 minutes down the road and he had a lot of family and friends today, it's a great victory for Richie, and he's got to come back and do it all again tonight. By the way, he's going to play the winner of the next game that's coming on stage, and that's Leonard Gates against Daryl Fitton. Leonard's the Texan that is really going to entertain this crowd, and Daryl is proper pro, determined. He's not going to want to miss up on this opportunity. How do you see this going?
Well, Gates played marvellous yesterday. I mean, I felt sorry for Martin Adams. I felt sorry for him because he left a shot and then Gates went out all the time. And he was doing it unbelievable. It was marvellous to watch. And I really enjoyed that game. Can he do it again today? And Fitton worked very hard yesterday for it was hard. He's a big lad, last on. He didn't play that well, but he's got a chance.
And get ready for two terrific walk-ons. Let's get down to Paul Starr.
Welcome back to the party, ladies and
at the Circus Tavern suddenly. It wasn't much fun for Phil Taylor in that opening match, knocked out by the hometown hero Richie Howson, who fulfilled his darting dream and progressed to the semi-finals by cutting the power, a match he never got to play in his professional career. But the Seniors Tour is giving the chance to players who lived those delayed dreams. Leonard Gates produced a dream of a performance yesterday when he beat Martin Adams with the highest average on a seniors stage. Daryl Fitton huffed and puffed to get past John Part. I think it's fair to say it's the man with the lowest tournament average of the remaining players against the man who produced the display of the event so far. And I'm delighted to say that Roland Schulten's enjoying the tournament so much that he's still here and joins me, Chris Murphy, to talk you through this one.
Yes, I'm very delighted to be here, Chris. Thank you for having me. Yeah, these two players are great, though, wasn't it? The way they came up, it's nice to see people actually be entertained by the players in this respect. I think this is going to be a good match. Daryl has played a lot of sets compared to Leonard, but I think he will be capable of beating the top player at the moment with the highest average and the
100.
And the nice finishes we've seen of the Zolger so far.
Yeah, he's had to play the full quota. Daryl Fitton beating Les Wallace and John Part. He's actually thrown exactly twice as many darts at double in this tournament than Leonard Gates. Something he'll have to actually sharpen up. 26% for him compared to a 42% success rate for the American.
Yeah, I think that the speed in this game will be important. Can Leonard cope with the speed of Daryl Fitton? Because he's capable of having his own tempo, his own way of doing things.
58.
We've seen he's been slow yesterday, or he could play slow, and then all of a sudden when he gets the confidence, and I think he got some confidence out of the win yesterday against John Part.
100.
And you'll see he'll quicken up a bit, and he'll be a dangerous opponent.
Had some issues with the points in his dart early in the match, didn't he? So got them changed.
Yeah, one of them got loose with the practice darts that he had. Well, we'll see a 180 here of him.
That is an area where he has been better than Leonard Gates. That's his 5th maximum of this tournament. Gates so far recording just a couple.
Hold on. There it is. Now we've got number 3. Brilliant darts. Brilliant answer on the 180.
Leaves him on double 14 to take the first leg.
81. Leonard, you required 28.
Finishing has been good, as we mentioned. Waits for the referee to tell him what he needs and then just takes it out.
Second leg, it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
It's as if he doesn't look at it, does it?
And a stunning 164 checkout as well, Leonard Gates. And this dream last 12 months where he's played at the Ali Pali, the Lakeside and the Circus Tavern in quick succession. Also played at Madison Square Garden as well in that time.
100.
Yeah, he played a few events now, and he becomes more experienced as he's getting older. Then again, getting older, he's still one of the younger guys. He's 52.
Yeah, and more active as well than a lot of the players. He's, as you say, playing in a lot of events. When he comes over to the UK, he goes and plays on the Motor Super Series and everything he can. And it's maybe starting to show that that's the difference. It's more important than reputation in these events.
Definitely, if you get your rhythm, your game rhythm, then that's very important. Gives you confidence as well if you play a lot of events.
140.
We know the winner will take on Richie Howson. Let's just get a quick word from you, Roland, on his performance and indeed the exit of Phil Taylor.
Well, yeah, the first set, obviously, Phil won with 3-0, and then it went 3-1 the other way, and then I thought, well, maybe Phil gets back into it. Then he lost another 3 legs on the trot. And then the last, he had a few chances, Phil, here and there. He missed the 60, he missed 2 darts, I think.
100.
And another 180. Oh, this is going to be a great game, this is. I love it already so far. Look at this, all these trebles, brilliant.
Exactly what Gates did in the previous leg, a 180 to leave 28.
100. Darryl, you require 28.
Like I said yesterday, there's no wrong moment for a 180, and if you can get confidence out of this double, 7.
Game
Great
shot on the
dart.
second leg. Darryl Fitton. Third leg, it's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
Well, he already looks a lot more comfortable than he did in that match yesterday, Darryl Fitton.
Yeah, it's like the speed is the tempo of the game is he's enjoying this a lot better than against John Part.
Two really good legs of darts, all ready to open up this match.
26.
It was all fun when they walked onto the stage, but serious business since they started throwing them. 13 darter from Gates, followed by a 15 dart leg from Darryl Fitton.
60.
Yeah, they're trying to show each other up what they're capable of. And then the opponent, this is what I'm capable of.
134.
Interesting hearing from Leonard Gates throughout the course of this tournament. He's not that aware of reputations anyway. He came late to darts, a former minor league baseball player over in the USA. And the first question Helen asked him was, did you know who that was when he played Martin Adams? He did, but only through watching him on YouTube.
Yeah. Well, that is a big advantage if you don't know your opponents and you're just playing the board. But you can't tell me that he doesn't know who he's playing. I don't believe that. Normally a dart player, or if you're really into the game, then you look upon your opponent, or you look at YouTube or wherever to see what he's done or where he's been, especially if you're new to the game. And I won't say he's new to the game, but
180.
that's his third. We've got 4 already around in the third leg.
Yeah, this is remarkable. From Darryl Fitton in particular, 3 maximum.
Oh, watch up. What? Oh, no, he just missed that second dart. Had a great line that first one.
Yeah, 7 for the tournament for Fitton now.
121.
And this is to break.
17. Yep. 58. He gets past it. Good.
77. Leonard, you
54.
require 99.
Good result there with this last dart.
We will see this a lot from Leonard Gates, having a real good look at what he's got left. But now this is where things can get a little bit tricky for him. Because he's hit something he didn't intend to, and he has to work it out.
As long as he asks, he'll be all right.
75. Darryl, you require 44.
It's the opportunity, and Fitton gets the chance to bag a break early in the match.
Double 16, his favourite.
Game shot on the third leg. Darryl Fitton.
At a party atmosphere
to throw first.
at the start of this game, and Darryl Fitton has certainly joined the party. Haven't seen this kind of level from him throughout the tournament. Both players, I know we're only 3 legs in, but they're both averaging 95 at this stage.
Now, this was a good break, but then again he had his chances.
134.
There is Michael Huntley, who was beaten famously by Keith Deller, making my commentary colleagues Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar eat their words.
These lads are really enjoying themselves, aren't they? 134, 140. What is Darryl producing now? 135. Brilliant darts. Look at that.
If it stays like this, it's going to be the best match of the tournament, no question.
Well,
80.
we better hope so then, because I'm really enjoying this. 3-2. Oh, can he get it down? Bullseye, ball. Yep,
65.
good lead. 167.
Well, I'm going to give Roland Cholton alongside me some credit, because the viewers won't know that off air before it started I said I was lured in by Leonard's performance yesterday and thought that this would be pretty quick and easy going for Leonard Gates, but you said Darryl Fitton will play much better, and that's proving to be the case.
Yeah. Well, you always try to put more focus in it. It's a bit quicker, like I said, than the game
100.
yesterday. So maybe the rhythm suits him a bit better.
And he comes back. 67 for the first set.
And there obviously will be a bit of tension with Leonard as well. We know how far he's got in this tournament now. We've just seen Phil gone out. Maybe he's thinking about, well, his next opponent. You never know how people think. 20 for a 3-1 for another break.
27.
For his first break.
Leonard to require
It would
81.
have been for the set.
Yep.
Leonard Gates has to try and rescue this. So going 19s, 12 would leave the bull, treble 12, double 13. No intention of the treble whatsoever. But didn't get
38.
near the bullseye.
Daryl, you require 40.
So Daryl Fitton
Game shot on the
finds
first
tops
set.
and finds
Daryl
himself a
Fitton.
set to the good against a man who produced a display
Second
of
set,
the
first
tournament
leg. It's
yesterday.
Daryl to
It
throw
isn't
first.
playing
Game on.
particularly worse. It's just Fitton has lifted his level enormously.
Yeah, 94 average for Leonard in this set, and 95 for Daryl Fitton. But as you see now, he hits the doubles, where yesterday, although he missed that double
85.
14 also, just on the wire, he missed a few yesterday, all really close to the double, and now they're falling in, and that makes a difference in your confidence when you're up there. And if you can hurt your
85.
opponent by playing like this in the first set, now he's given in to Leonard to say, well, you've got to think about what you're doing here. You really got to produce even more of what you're doing.
96.
Well, here for a great day out to see the winner crowned and lift that beautiful trophy. Have you seen that up close?
I've even touched it.
47.
I was allowed to touch it. It's massively, it's so heavy, and it's beautiful on all sides. I'm envy the bloke who's going to lift it up this year.
Maybe one of this pair will be. And if Daryl Fitton keeps finding treble 20s like
140.
this, and he's going to put his name in the hat.
Solid darts from both players. Will come down now to leave a number.
40.
Won't be happy here. This might be the chance for Leonard to put some pressure on that 140 to see if he can get back into the head of Daryl Fitton.
140.
That's a good score.
Daryl, you require
Yeah, you could see Fitton
140.
shaking his head after that
Yep.
140, after that 40 visit.
Yeah, he should have been on 80 or something like that. He should have hit at least a ton.
Well, he got himself into this mess. Threatened to get himself out of it, but now has to
100.
rely on Leonard
Leonard,
Gates
you require
not taking out his
89.
89.
There is a bit of pressure because he knows his opponent until. Ooh, it's a 3 here. 86. Good one, double 16. And he
Game shot on
hits
the
it.
first leg. Leonard Gates.
Well, the same as the first set.
Second
Got the
leg, it's
first
Leonard
leg.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, this time it's a break of throw in the opening leg, so if he holds here, it'll be 2 clear, 1 away. And that was
140.
what he was doing yesterday, wasn't it? Yes, the odd mistake, but then treble to double combinations, he was absolutely marvellous.
Yep, that's absolutely true. And he's getting a bit better now, though,
47.
although he made a mistake by not hitting the 19s, and he went the right way after that.
99.
Never too old to learn.
Definitely not. No. But he plays a lot of soft tip as well, I've heard, so that way makes you lazy, doesn't it? You don't have to count then, they'll do it for you. Oh, look at that. These 3 darts, they couldn't have been any closer together. This is 4th, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Doubled his tally for the tournament. Well, that's good for Leonard Gates.
That's counting.
Yeah. I was about to say 262 is about where you expect it to go wrong. It doesn't end up leaving a finish
No,
because
but
of a
the idea,
wayward dart.
it goes for the idea that that's the good thing. If you impress your opponent by counting right as well, then
40.
you've got to step ahead on him.
There's the man of the moment.
Yep. 2 hours, he's playing again.
But you've been in these
97.
situations where you have to play multiple games to go deep in a tournament. What was your preparation? Would you be heading away from the venue now, or would you stick around?
I've never been that far in a tournament. Now, I always try to get away from the game.
134.
Yeah. Good pressure shot here from Daryl. 134, which leaves him 100. 76, 16 or 20. What is he going to do? 16 for tops. Start for 2-0.
56. Daryl requires
That
100.
reaction suggests that he fancies Fitton will take this.
Yep.
2 tops, you would think. There's one of them.
Open bet for it. Oh, what a brilliant finish. This will hurt him. This will hurt Leonard.
Yeah, that brilliant double-double finish.
Daryl to throw first.
Daryl Fitton cancels out the early break of throw and puts him effectively back in command of this match. Won the first set on his opponent's throw. Having been broken, he's back in charge of set 2.
58.
What will that do with Leonard Gates?
45.
Be upset about missing them 32s. Can he be having the ump about that? Or can he cope with it, shake it off and try again? Because this will be the moment that Daryl will try to push through and hurt him really good.
Great stats there from both players, but particularly that maximum column for Daryl Fitton.
81.
We're starting downstairs here. 133. Would have left him on 170, but
there's the 3 gone.
Yeah. Just an opening for Gates here, no pun intended.
27.
Not a good score. This is a small opening of a door for Leonard Gates. Yep, and he's back in the leg. Oh, it's a brilliant game. It goes up and down. When you see this, you make one mistake up, the other player is back in it again.
Particularly in this set play format.
Yeah, and it's all on the millimetres. It's not that it's miles away. It's all so close. It's so nearby that you can say, oh, if I had this, if I hit this there, then I would have been all right. And
Bobby George famously said, if is half of life.
Yep. Daryl hit a few bad scores here. It's 58, 27 and a 50. That's not like it.
82. Leonard require 139.
Plenty of options for this one. He's starting on the treble 20. Can't find it, so we'll just be looking to set this up.
59. Daryl require 144.
Might come back for that 80. But normally you only get 1 dart at a double. Another one like that.
78.
6 left for
Leonard
Daryl.
require 80.
Capable of hitting the treble. Oh, just 1 dart for double tops.
60.
See, they're all millimetres, and that's what's deciding in this game at the moment.
Well, he could have now won this set 3-0, couldn't he?
Yep.
Instead, may find himself 2-1 behind. Fitton can hit tops again.
26.
No, not this time.
Leonard, you require 20.
Leonard let off, and now he gets a chance to make it 3 consecutive breaks of throw in this second set. A set which he will now throw to win.
Fourth leg, it's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
Not the opening he was looking for.
Still a very strong standard between the pair of them, a little bit deeper into the match. It's not as high as where they started, but it is
58.
as high as anything throughout the course of this tournament, the kind of level you need to win this event.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, Daryl Fitton telling himself to get on with it and show him what he's made of. So far, so good.
121.
The last one just went through the first, just in between them, and then got to the side into the one. That was a shame.
Yeah, we've come to expect those to go in now, having seen him hit 4 already.
Yeah.
96.
But every leg in the set has been a breaker throw, and Fitton's in a decent position already. See that trend continue, but as you said, Roland, it just changes so quickly.
Yeah. Well, with a score like 36, you're not happy about it, obviously, because you know if you hit a ton there, then you stay ahead of your opponent.
140.
And we all know that Leonard Gates is capable of hitting these 140s, and these are the moments where you get the ump sometime and you get a bit of negative thoughts in your mind, and that's what you don't want. But he's keeping on fighting. Look, there's another 180. It's unbelievable.
That's exactly what he did.
Yeah. Leave a nice finish, 106. Leonard Gates can only bring it down as far as possible to leave it handy for the next throw. Don't know if he's thinking about that. But
47. Dario Rakoya, 106.
His turn to falter. Bitton looking to break back once again.
6, treble 18, double 16. Nope. So Leonard Gates will come back for the 132.
58. Leonard Rakoya, 132.
Bullseye should be the first port of call here. That still leaves a finish. Treble 19.
64. Dario Rakoya, 48.
16 double 16, or will he go for tops because he hit that earlier? He'll go for 16 double 16, his favourite. One more dart to make it all level in this set.
16. Leonard Rakoya, 68.
Muttering away to himself because he knows now he's given the opportunity to Gates to win the set.
Especially in a leg where you hit a 180, you're always hoping to win that leg. Oh, great finish.
It's Leonard Gates who wins the leg and indeed the set. A really Well, Daryl Fitton and Leonard Gates threw some decent shapes as they made their way onto the stage, and then threw some decent darts in the first session of this quarter-final. A good standard between the pair. Fitton producing 5 180s across the first couple of sets, and both of them averaging around that 90 mark. Daryl taking the opener before Gates responded, and it now becomes a race to 2.
Yeah, it's a very enjoyable game. It's easy on the eyes. The speed is all right, and the finishes are great. Nice few 180s, a couple of nice finishes, double finishes. The 100 from Daryl Fitton, a good 86 from Leonard Gates. So yeah, it's enjoyable. This is. Leonard losing up a bit.
First leg, it's Leonard to throw first.
We go again.
Important to do your stretches before you partake in any sporting activity.
Especially in this age.
100.
Good start. Gates, I think, will be relieved to have got through that second set, because he did have darts to win every leg in it. Might have been starting to get frustrated. He'll be getting frustrated with this from Daryl Fitton.
Yeah, all the 180s. Yeah, that's not very nice, and it does always give you a bit of extra confidence when you hit a 180. Always gives you a good feeling that you've got the reach, that you know you're scoring well. It's just hitting them doubles at the right time.
Yeah, you must then feel 100. Like you're never out of a leg, because you could just step up and produce the big shot at any time.
It's...
This is the second of our quarterfinals. The first saw Richie Howson defeat Phil Taylor. Coming next, it looks like a quality contest on paper between Kevin Painter and Mark Durbridge.
58.
And then the defending champion Robert Thornton taking on the WDF world champion Neil Duff.
Yeah, they're both good games, I think. They will be similar to this one. A lot of 180s I expect from, especially from Kevin and Mark Durbridge, are capable of it. Talking of which, there's number 6.
10 for the tournament, 4 across his first 2 matches, and then 6 in a little over 2 sets.
Oh, look at the answer.
139.
Good pass from Leonard Gates. Putting the pressure right back again at Daryl Fitton in this 130. Level 20 for bullseye. Oh, great dart, straight in the middle.
105.
Oh, again on the wire. It's unbelievable how many wires hasn't Daryl Fitton hit so far.
Yeah, chips some metal off the ring there. Gates staying there. Double 14.
76. Daryl required 25.
Wants to keep his own leg. This could be a big advantage for Daryl to break him again. This is his favourite corner, 16 and 8.
17. Leonard
He's a bit disappointed
28.
with that, which is imaginable. Gives his opponent another chance as double 14.
Gates on the first leg.
Fitton could have struck an early blow, missed the opportunity to do so.
It's Daryl to throw first.
Gates gets in front for the first time really since the first leg of the entire match.
Yeah. That's the 180 that Daryl hits early in the leg, then you expect yourself to win that one, and there's another one. Well, that's all he can do at the moment, create chances for himself. But he's scoring really well at the moment. And again, a good answer from Leonard Gates. They're really battling it out on the dartboard at the moment. It's really good to see.
This is ridiculous.
I wouldn't go that far.
Maximum hitting is ridiculous from Daryl Fitton. I don't think I've seen anything like it at the seniors so far.
Going up and down a bit, where Leonard Gates at the moment is a bit more consistent.
100.
His second.
Anything you can do, I can do.
Yep. But the difference is then in the 140 and the 40 that Daryl just hit. He's
84.
got a high score, a low score, and then see where Leonard here is a bit more consistent in this leg.
100.
6 trebles out of 9 darts for Leonard Gates. Always nice to have that. 81 left. Daryl Fitton can only bring it down as far as possible.
Leonard to require 81.
The treble 19. Leaves
Yep.
double 12.
Oh,
Lovely.
straight in.
Second leg.
Beautiful
Leonard
finish.
Gates.
He's just started to
Third leg,
lift
it's
his
Leonard to
level.
throw first.
Once
Game on.
again, Leonard Gates, as Roland Chulton next to me put it, Fitton is kind of up and down. It's slamming or feast, a maximum or not very much at all, where Leonard
83.
Gates has stayed at a decent standard consistently throughout the match, and that might make the difference come the end of it.
$134.
He's finding the 19s as well now.
It's 4 legs on the spin from Gates as well, including the best of the match, that 11
58.
darter we just saw.
But as you've seen, like you said, he lost all them legs, but he hit three 180s, I think, in the last 3 legs. So you've got to feel somewhere that you've got a chance.
93.
It's been pretty evenly matched in terms of where players have been at the end of legs, always on a finish, the opponent.
Oh, look at this, serious. Leonard coming again.
80.
Despite all the 180s, nobody's just breezed through a leg without any drama.
No, that's true. Well, let's keep it like that, because it's very enjoyable, this is.
60.
Leonard is playing really well here at the moment.
Maybe just
There's
found out
another
something
trouble.
extra.
Yeah.
140.
Well, the last leg he went out in 11 darts. This would be for a second 13 darter of the match for Gates.
98. Leonard to require 40.
That's a supreme standard, not just at the seniors, but anywhere.
Anyway, yep. Double 10 for 3-0.
20.
Now, these are the
require
moments where you expect
160.
Daryl Fitton to step in. This is where you've got the feeling from all the 180s that you reckon, oh, he's going to hit that treble 20 here. One in there for double 18 now. There it is. That will give him confidence. Have a good look. There it is. That's it. You see, hand goes up. This will do him good. This will keep it a game.
Almost like you've seen a lot of darts, Roland.
Full-leg is Daryl to throw
I've played
first.
a few here and there.
Game on.
Great finish from Daryl Fitton when Gates was threatening a sweep through a set. He's pegged back.
Daryl is a fighter. We've seen that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have played 3-2s twice already in the set. So it wouldn't surprise me if we've got to go all the way again. If it will be 2 all-win sets in a minute.
60.
Look at that, 7 180s.
Then in the game, brilliant.
140 column led heavily by Gates, but kind of cancelled out by the maximum column. Really good competitive game of darts, leg after leg, and not much between them overall either.
43.
I think the one big difference is we're getting more of those visits from Daryl Fitton than we are from Gates, to 40-somethings.
Yep. Saying that, there's another 180. His 4th already. Picked up 3 in the last 3 legs, so he's getting warmed up now. You expect Leonard to say, well, this is my set. I want this set, no matter what you're doing.
59.
That tally is rising. 11 180s between them now.
I think he's counting, yeah?
131.
And he made a good decision there, leaving himself 130.
Learned quickly, hasn't he, Leonard Gates? In fact, the biggest miscount of the tournament came in the match that Daryl Fitton played yesterday with John Park.
Leonard to require
Plus the
119, yeah. But what a power to miscount the first time and then go back at it again and then just finishes it. That was brilliant.
90.
He took out 129 instead of 119, betting the bullseye rather than tops, but then did it right the next time. Great moment.
Will this be too late?
140. Leonard to require 40.
But he needed the full set to stay in the set. And the set has now got away. Gates leads by 2-1.
Full set first leg.
Meaning he
It's
needs
Darryl to
just
throw
one
first.
more set
Game on.
to set up that semi-final showdown with Richie Howson tonight.
Gonna see the fighting spirit
140.
of Daryl Fitton. Good start. He knows this is his set, so all he has to do now is keep his own legs. Not to worry about what Leonard does.
100.
A lot seems to be about the first dart with Daryl Fitton. When he's in and around that treble, he seems to follow, but when he's not, that's when he's getting the scores of 41, 45, etc.
100.
That first one is just below, or you hold on to it a bit longer than normal, then it's a 5 or a 1. But when the first one is underneath it, then he's in trouble. Then he's got to switch. When that
60.
first one is right, it's he's got a lovely throw, a nice fluency in his arm, and then it goes so easily as we've seen. This is where he probably switches again to the 19s. That one is in front of it as well, so it wouldn't surprise me if he goes to 18s. Yeah, you see.
57. 64.
I still feel he's very much in the match. Gates may have the lead in sets, but this set is on Daryl's darts.
Yeah, it's still anybody's game. My eyes as well. That's a good start. I'd like to have 3 of them.
Almost looks like he makes the bed bigger when
Yeah.
he plants it on the top wire like that.
Well, you can use the dart, obviously, when it's in there, the way they fly into each other, then you can use that first dart. Ooh, it's like it's disappeared a bit from Leonard at the moment. You can't put any pressure on Daryl Fitton here. 4 times 16. That in, I can't see. I'm trying to look around the screen here. It's no use. It was in there. Just missed 1 dart at tops.
The last leg of the last set saw Gates race away. Daryl Fitton's having a strong leg
Daryl
here.
required 20.
He's under some pressure.
Good life for him. Yeah. Can't go wrong here, I think.
No
Ooh.
score. Leonard
That's
to require
unfortunate for
80.
Daryl.
Now that bit of control he had might be disappearing.
He had an 81, he had an 86 finish, and now...
40.
No. Oh, he's not happy with it at all.
Daryl required 20.
Try again, Daryl.
Yep.
Game shot on the first leg. Daryl Fitton.
Now Fitton holds and keeps
Second
us
leg,
on
it's Leonard to
course
throw first. Game on.
for a deciding set in this high-quality tungsten tussle. Gates averaging around 93, Fitton
44.
87.
He's all against the wire. That last one was a
93.
good one. Not that far off. It's just a tiny bit of angerness that you need inside yourself that you say, come on, I'm going to hurt him this time. But you're trying to be as relaxed as possible with the
140.
muscles in your arm, and you're just trying to do it on automatic pilot.
Yeah, it's
But
the
sometimes you need there as well, you need a tiny bit of extra.
ultimate balancing act, isn't it, darts? Trying to stay
Yep.
relaxed and focused at the same time.
Yep. Now, if Daryl wants to do anything, then this would be a great moment to hit a few trebles to let his opponent know willing to make it 2-all in sets.
84.
Starting to lose that first start, but to give him credit, the amount of times he's rescued the shot with the final dart has been impressive.
Yep, he's had a few treble 19s, a few treble 18s.
96.
Gates first to a finish, but Fitton needs just one treble to join him.
Two great darts again. Look at these points there. They're so close together.
Leonard Jamiroquai, 161.
Maybe just flicked off the flight. You saw a change of direction in that last dart.
Four left. Has he asked the referee already or not yet? He's still counting.
He's working out himself, isn't he? He's not asking yet.
Oh, he will do in a minute. You see? He will do in a minute. He's not sure. And these are the sort of things that gives you lack of confidence as a player, because then you don't know what you're doing.
143.
And this is where Daryl Fitton could take some energy out of, like, you don't know what you're doing, mate.
57. Leonard Jamiroquai,
good lesson
64.
in darts and in life, that. If you need help, ask. Doesn't need any help here.
48. Daryl Jamiroquai,
Just gives Fitton a
86.
chance to break. 86 required.
Double 18, he's hit it a few times. 82. Treble 14, double ball. Which way will he go? Treble 14, missed it. 68 left.
38.
Yeah,
Another shot.
Leonard
Yeah.
Jamiroquai,
Did the damage,
16.
didn't it? A single 18, he would have still had a chance for 18 bullseye.
Game shot on the second
go.
leg. Leonard Gates.
And then you ask yourself, why did it take so long?
Third leg, it's Daryl's to throw first. Game on.
Just had a little word with each other there. I'm not exactly sure what it was about. Didn't seem any sort of trouble between the pair. Whatever Fitton said, Gates seemed to agree with.
97.
I just missed that. I just did my administration here, so I've got to keep my bookkeeping up.
They're just at the table there as they passed each
140.
other.
That started off good, but then 40 in this leg.
123.
This is a good answer to that.
Fitton's in that crucial territory now, isn't he?
Yep.
Because he knows if he's broken here, suddenly Gates is throwing for the match.
Definitely, and look at this.
140.
Two 140s on the trot. A bit more power coming into Daryl's arm now. He's pushing him a bit further. And there's another one. I lost count. 3, 6, 9 already.
Add the 3 from Leonard.
Yep.
We have a dozen maximums. And that one was well timed.
Oh, third 140 on the trot. What a leg this is.
Yeah, perfectly poised. Both players on good finishes after just 9 darts.
Nope. So he's done this before at 81.
Leonard Jamiroquai, 81.
In 2 darts, so which way will he go now? Same route? Yep. Bullseye. Oh,
56.
that was against the wire as well. That
Daryl
wasn't far
Jamiroquai,
off.
48.
Yeah, again, no nonsense stuff. Didn't consider going for the treble at all. Big 12 for the bull. Missed his chance. Does he get another?
Leonard Jamiroquai,
This
25.
double 16 has really let him down today. Double 8s. Yep.
Game shot on the third leg. Leonard Gates.
Well, we said it a moment ago. If Fitton didn't
Fourth leg,
take
it's
his
Leonard
chance,
to throw first. Game
then
on.
Gates would be throwing for the match, and that's the position we now find ourselves in. This for a place in the semi-finals and a meeting with Richie House and the conqueror of the great Phil
140.
Taylor.
Another great start of him. That's 4th 140 on the trot, isn't it?
Yeah, in scoring visits.
He knows where the trouble is.
But it's a good time to put your foot down, isn't it?
Yeah, especially at this moment. You rather have it 3-1 than let your opponent come back at you again. Got a lovely throw as well.
81.
He's just letting his arm do all the work. Both players are really standing still. Comes a bit of aggression out of Daryl now.
140.
Looking for number 10 before the game is over, or at least to stop the game being over.
Yeah. Well, he put a bit of pressure on the 280. Scoring like this, there's no pressure whatsoever.
140.
That'll make him think, can he put another 180 in there?
140.
He is ahead, so there is a bit of pressure.
Got a slightly easier finish.
The way he's been hitting them treble 20s, you nearly expect him to do this, and double 10 for the match. Oh, what a finish. Unbelievable.
Absolutely superb from Soldier, who...
End of this competition now, so let's put the dance in.
Okay.
You're in.
Hold on. All right, I'm ready.
All right. You're in the semi-finals.
Yes. The pressure is definitely there. These guys have been playing darts for years, and I'm just a pea in a pond. Yeah.
What you were going to say then? Your composure, though, because to take out a shot like that to win the match, you have to have composure.
Yeah, that's when you're shooting a shot. That's the only thing you think about. You don't think about the crowd. Sorry, crowd. But you just think about hitting the shot. And I thought about it and I did it.
Again, some great scoring from you today, but you had to because Daryl was piling in those 180s right behind you.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's what I told him now. I said, dude, you definitely put the pressure on me. He kept his composure. He was the same mode every time he throws his dart, pulls his dart, walk back. I'm just like, nothing rattles this guy, so.
I have to say that. I'm watching you in between throws, and nothing seems to rattle you either. You take back, you have a little look at the telly, see what your opponent's doing. There's a lot of players go into a zone, but you seem quite, I'm going to use the word casual.
Casual, yeah. I'm glad people don't read minds because y'all have been like, oh my God, what is he thinking? Yeah. I just try to keep myself composure. Don't get excited. Don't overdo it. You know what I mean? Just stay focused. Stay steady. Throughout the match.
All right. Well, we love it. So we will see you again in the semi-final, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Leonard Gates.
Quiet because smash the like button, guys.
Player, but Darrell hit a ton of 180s and he's out.
Oh, it's unbelievable. That old saying I used to say, scores for show, doubles for dough. And that's what it was, because the 180s outfit in it was unbelievable. But just missed out on the doubles. The Gay, he hit 4-ton 80s, Gay did. But he was so consistent on his finishing. And what I'm fascinated how he does it, because he doesn't seem to either dart, he just throws them, looks up, oh yeah, I want that, and bang, he's in the double. And that's the strongest point he's got. His finishing, it makes him a winner, really. That's his finishing.
And would you say it was a very composed performance? Because Leonard loves to entertain the crowd, but in his conversation with Helen after the match, he's just keeps it at a level check because he knows he's got to come back later. He knows there's a lot of darts to be thrown before the end of the day. You want to get the big prize.
Well, he doesn't jump up in the air when it's a 180. There's no theatrical movements with his body when he's playing. So afterwards he gives it that. But Darrell, look at it, he's just so composed, Darrell. Just the same throw, didn't get excited. Completely different player than he was yesterday.
Okay, semi-final against Richie Howson. How's that going to go?
Richie's got a problem.
You think?
Yeah, Richie will have to put his foot down a bit and more heavier. Because his skates, he don't miss the shots. That's the main thing. He got 164, he's not flying. 161, he just hits everything he's going for. And it's, oh, I feel he missed, but not many. And Richie's got to knock him down before he gets up, put it that way.
Yeah. Stating the obvious, which I've been doing for many, many years, what a great opportunity for both players this afternoon.
Oh, right.
By the end of tonight, they could be a world champion.
Yeah, because look at Americans. Come over from America, plays a few darts. He's in a semi-final of a world championship. It's unbelievable, isn't it? And then Richie's got his dream. He beat
Phil Taylor.
But he's got to carry on. Now he's got another hurdle to get over.
And very quickly, because Kevin Painter and Mark Dudbridge want to get on with this, how do you see this going?
It's very even. Yeah. They're so even.
Close to call.
Close to, yeah, it is close. No.
Next quarter-final about to get going. Back to Paul Starr.
Welcome back to the party, ladies and gentlemen. We are live from Purfleet at the Circus Tavern. And of course, this is the stage where legends played and darting history was made. And it's the quarterfinal stage of the Gents Bet World Seniors Darts Championship. And we are ready. And the players are ready. And it's tungsten time! And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Bristol in England, he's the 2002 World Master, the 2005 World Finalist. Please welcome Flash Mark.
Live stream's got. Understand that's what.
Semi-final is set up at the Seniors World Darts Championship for this evening. Leonard Gates will take on Richie Howson, who toppled Taylor in one of two intriguing, entertaining and exciting encounters here in Essex. This one could top the lot. You could see the standard get better and better, or it will have to go some to improve on what we just witnessed from Leonard Gates and the defeated Daryl Fitton. Mark Dudbridge, though, produced an excellent display in beating the bull Terry Jenkins yesterday, and Kevin Painter, the artist, is a man who is yet to drop a set, having swept past Ronnie Baxter and Dennis Harbour, despite being 2 legs behind in 2 of the sets against Harbour yesterday. Painter managed to master his opponent, and is looking to make it a second successive semi at the Circus Tavern against a man who he has twice beaten on this stage in World Championships. A 5-1 win in the quarter-finals in 2004 and a 4-1 win a round earlier a couple of years later. Roland Sholton has gone back to taking the atmosphere out in the arena, so Matthew Edgar has rejoined me, and you would think that this is perhaps going to be a little bit closer than either of those earlier encounters.
This has all the makings of a game that really could go all the way, and when we look at the previous head-to-head stats between the pair and we look at what they've done so far this week, there's nothing really to separate the two, and everything I can find that separates the two players, I can cancel it straight back out again. I look at the front 9, the scoring power, Kevin Painter winning that by 5 points, and you think, well, that'll mean he could get more darts at the double, but on the evidence of what we've seen so far, he might need those extra darts at the double because the average is lower than Mark Dudbridge, which suggests to me that Mark Dudbridge is better when it comes to hitting the doubles.
41.
Yeah, an indication as to how tight that head-to-head record is between them over the course of their professional careers. Painter leads it by 1, 12 wins for him, 11 for Mark Dudbridge.
You talk about the players that sort of embracing this seniors opportunity. This is two players that have done that. We've seen Mark Dudbridge, when he got his invite, starting to play in the Motor Super Series and getting some match practice. Kevin Painter, a player I know very, very well. Practice partner of myself for about 13 years. And when he had the opportunity to play in this event, approach this exactly the same as he used to do in the PDC.
Dudbridge with decent displays against Durrant and Jenkins. Really made a statement when he beat Glenn Durrant in that opening match. Announced himself immediately as a contender for this title on debut. 70 for the first leg. Double 16 is his choice. Just gives Painter a chance to steal.
Now, when Kevin Painter was in his prime, just after winning that Players' Championship in 2011, he went into Premier League and he was mopping up shots like this for fun.
99.
That was close.
32.
A warning to Mark Dudbridge. You miss, Mark. Painter will be poised. Well, that's a good dart. I just wondered if the dart at double 16 had made the double 8 more awkward there. But Flash found a way.
Mention about Mark Dudbridge with those performances, making a statement and like arriving here at the World Championship, but he refuses to let that happen. If you see, after he beat Glenn Durrant, it was more talking about Glenn Durrant than himself. And after he won yesterday as well, I watched back his interview with the various media outlets, and they spoke about him potentially going on to win this, and he flat out said, I refuse to answer that question. For me, it's game at the time.
100.
Well, I'll ask you instead, do you think he's shown the standard that could win this tournament?
He's absolutely shown the standard that can win the tournament, but I also agree with him now in the fact that this is game at a time, because he's taking on Kevin Painter here, which is a very tough game to be able to split these two apart. And then, semi-final, he's got the winner of Robert Thornton, Neil Duff.
Not an enviable task. Whoever does come through this section of the draw in particular will be a very deserving finalist.
21. Kevin McCall, 61.
I'm on his side here, Kevin Painter. No need for a firework finish. Man who averaged around the 86 mark in both of those wins I mentioned against Baxter and Harbour, but didn't have to be any better than that.
He's made a career, a longevity-based career that is unrivaled by many. Literally count on your hand the players that have had a career the length of Kevin Painter, and you'll see this a lot from Kevin. When he gets that first dart in, he takes it as a two-part process. Gets the treble, steps back, comes up to take the double. This occasion, wasn't able to find it, and offers an opportunity for Mark Dudbridge to take a 2-0 lead in the opening set.
60.
Yeah, Painter was 2-0 down, as I said, in each of the opening two sets against Dennis Harbour. It's probably not a tactic that he wants to keep employing as the tournament progresses. A double 4 to settle him down. Double 2. That won't do, Kevin. That won't do at all.
And Mark Dudbridge, an expected shot here at double 12.
Mark Dudbridge.
He takes the second leg. That one a breaker throw for Kevin Painter, but it's not too much to worry about at the moment for Kevin, because this is Mark Dudbridge's set. If this was in the next set when Kevin Painter was throwing first, the breaker throw would be more alarming. But in set play, you can sometimes get broken and it not really affect the pattern of the match. That might be one of those situations, and with Kevin's experience, he will know that too.
60.
No no secret that you know Kevin Painter better than most. He's been a practice partner of yours for many years. Something he's never lost is that competitive edge, and you do get the sense that even though he's officially retired, he really has earmarked these seniors events as something that he can thrive in.
He officially retired at the end of Q School after 2021, when he just didn't like the travelling no more, and he didn't like the floor events. He's always regarded himself as a better stage player, and that's what this seniors offers him, the opportunity to come and play on these big stages and in front of the cameras, in front of the crowd, which is what he enjoys. And I think one of the real key stats, as Kevin Painter hits the first 180 of this match, is the fact that he won the Players' Championship Finals, which was on stage at the Doncaster Dome, in front of a crowd, in front of the cameras.
96.
Never won a Players' Championship event.
That set up there.
134.
Mark Durbridge.
Mark 85.
96. He's 85. Painter's had a really good back end to this leg, but it may not matter. The slip, though, from Durbridge opens the door. Yeah, 180, 134.
44.
KP get down to this double 16.
He did say he went 2-0 down against Dennis Harbour, set 1 and 2, and came back to win them. You said it was a tactic not to employ.
16. Mark 41.
Quizzical look from Kevin. Failed to find his range on the doubles so far. And the first set could be over in a flash.
He shot the first leg. Mark Durbridge.
Is over in a flash.
Second set, first leg. Kevin to throw first.
Just more deadly on the doubles. You mentioned that might be the case. There was not much between them, even in that department. Durbridge had bought himself a few more chances, but both were running at 30% for the tournament. Going into this match, well, certainly
100.
Mark Durbridge is leading in that department now. Painter missed.
135.
Starts at double in every single one of the 3 legs that he lost.
80.
Mark Durbridge looking to continue a bit of a trend that he has, actually, of being the ultimate debutant. This is his first appearance here at the Seniors World Championship.
100.
In his TV debut in 2002, he actually went on to win the World Masters. Switched over to the PDC, debut in the World Championship, reached the final.
58.
And I do remember at the time he spoke quite a lot because he reached the World Match Play final as well. And he said that he didn't want to be seen as a flash in the pan. And then when he got that World Championship runner-up spot as well, it sort of confirmed to him that he's in the world elite, and nothing confirmed it more than the Premier League call-up he actually got the very next year in 2005, which is when Mark Durbridge decided to go full-time.
99.
Looking pretty comfortable here, and Kevin Painter is going to have to sharpen up his finishing, otherwise it could be over. And it's sometimes the case in set plays that every leg can be close, but at the end of the match it's 3-0. Well, this would be the ultimate irony, wouldn't it? We took out the 164, it's not going to happen.
You tend to find when you've had legs where you've missed opportunities, and it's those sort of combination shots that really sort of kickstart everything for you. Might not get a shot of the 83 though. And we said about a breaker throw earlier in the game that didn't really have too much relevance to it. That one would have had mighty relevance, because Kevin Painter would have lost the throw in this set.
Has not been able to hit the outer ring.
58.
Can't find the ball either.
Mark Durbridge, 39.
There was a famous match on this stage where he kept missing the ball, wasn't there, against Phil Taylor, who then hit the ball with 1 dart in hand, or with 3 darts in hand, but first dart on 50 at the end of the match. Painter did not like that, and he won't like that either. Again, Painter gets a dart to win a leg. Mark Durbridge wins a leg. 4 times in a row now that has happened.
You reference that moment, but there's another moment actually which happened last year in 2022. It was in the seniors match play in Hull,
125.
where Kevin Painter was playing Phil Taylor, and Phil Taylor wanted 100, and he actually went for bull, and he got the first dart in.
45.
Does like to annoy Kevin. Just watching Kevin Painter, it sometimes seems like it doesn't take much to annoy him either. He's just annoyed by the sheer presence of his opponent at times.
Kevin Painter, a man who sets very high standards of himself and expectations, not just on the dartboard but in life in general. He's very crisp and pristine. You'll see all with the finest clothing and finely ironed. Very proud of his appearance and how he presents himself in all walks of life.
26.
That didn't rub off on his old practice partner, did it?
Let's make dig number 1 at Edgar in set 2 and leg 2.
See Flash take out the fish. For once he's way ahead here. Kevin Painter needs to weigh in with an enormous score to give himself a chance of having a shot in this leg.
72.
For tops. A little bit awkward the way the dart sat up. He's got to come around that one.
32.
He wouldn't have been able to have seen much of that double 20. Kevin Painter, a big outside opportunity on the 136. It won't go on this occasion, and this is starting to get panic stations a little bit for Kevin Painter, who's yet to register a leg in this entire match.
This could be the first one where he hasn't had a proper chance to dart at a double. Mark Dudbridge just making the most of Painter's misery.
If you take a look at the averages in this game, there's really nothing to separate them. This is all just purely coming down to the timing. You see there, Kevin Painter 84.32, Dudbridge 85. Just a point between them, but yet in leg play, Mark Dudbridge is 5-0 up.
Yeah, it is. Well, Bobby might say it again at the end. Boring to show doubles for dough. It's a disastrous doubling of Kevin Painter that has put him in this position.
Does have for me one of the most iconic images on that stage over the years, which was 2004 when he lost that final to Phil Taylor, when he stood at the back of the stage with that arched back and the hands on the head as he lost that deciding last leg. But for Kevin Painter, he doesn't say that that is the game that he should have won in terms of picking up a world championship. He believes it was actually in 2008 when Wayne Mardle beat Phil Taylor, the first time Phil Taylor lost in a PDC World Championship. That wasn't the final. Set up the last four: Wayne Mardle, John Park, Kevin Painter and Kirk Shepherd.
74.
2-0 John Park went on to beat Kirk Shepherd in the final that year. But I think I've heard from both in various media outlets that Painter and Mardle felt like that was their year.
The one that got away. Dudbridge getting away from the artist here.
96.
Painter still in command of this leg, but get the sense that he needs to give himself a massive chance, a massive lead. Loads of time. This will help him.
135.
I did say that when you're on this run of missing doubles, you tend to take it out on a combination shot like this with a dart in hand and then stand there with your arms out to the side going, where have you been?
First part of the combination. Right, now the double, Kev. Where have you been? Finally, the Painter. He's off the mark. He's in the match. And it can change so quickly in set play. Mark Dudbridge wins the first 5 legs, but in 5 minutes could be going in at the break at 1 set apiece.
That's the beauty of set play, though, and that's why I really enjoy set play over match play at times, because a game can literally turn around in moments. So far, all the moments have gone the way of Dudbridge, but when you've had everything your own way, you start to feel like you should be the winner, which brings its own pressure with it, because then you feel like you've got something to lose. We heard from Mark Dudbridge before his game, his preparation. He went to Benidorm for the week, didn't he? To sort of step away from his businesses and the distractions. He approached the Rocky IV technique.
$97. $85.
Kevin Painter said he's got no fight, he's got no quit. Saw that against Harbour, and he's
21.
starting to harbour those good vibes. Starting to claw himself back into this, and that's when you know Kevin Painter's starting to feel it, when he takes that big deep breath through the nose, that sort of scrunches up the face with that little bit of aggression.
Yeah, and speaking of how players feel, then we're going to see how it might affect both players. Painter would have had his jaw on the floor for the first 5 legs of this match, but if he goes in at one apiece, it's Dudbridge who's going to be feeling like he's blown it.
Normally quite hard to predict how someone is feeling, but in this situation,
83.
makes it extremely easy. Like you say, Kevin Painter wasn't in this game at one point. He lost the first 5 legs. Couldn't hit a dart at a double. Now, if he can take out the 68, we'll get the throw back and we'll be throwing for the set.
68.
Gets 2 darts. Dudbridge has done what he can do there. That 140 has left him on a double for the set himself. Double 2 to stop him. Painter pins it. And we do have a real tungsten turnaround here at the Circus Tavern.
And look at the difference in the reaction here from Kevin Painter. The first time round, the arms were to the side and it was almost ironic. This time round, it's like, I'm here.
96.
Let's go some.
Firmly in the fight. One of the most dogged darters of years gone by, Kevin Painter. You can see him there, geeing himself up. That trademark snarl etched on his face.
There's not many people who have a really good snarl in sport, but John Park comes to mind. Kevin Painter. When he starts snarling, he normally starts finding.
100.
That was getting a bit desperation time for Dudbridge. He's still behind in the scoring stakes, and he's still 9 darts away from winning this leg.
82.
Even the 180 here can't leave a finish to 163. So Kevin will know he's got a little bit of time on his hands. That comes from the 58 that Dudbridge hit in the opening shot.
134.
Big moment coming up. Painter will want to get below a ton.
100.
Does that. On a 2 darter. What has Dudbridge got in response? If he can just stem the slide here, he's got full control of the match with a 2-set lead. This is the key exchange of the contest so far.
Kevin Painter gets the treble 20, stands back, resets, approaches this as a 2-parter, and Kevin Painter hits the 98 finish and levels this game up. Kevin Painter lost the first 5 legs of that match and then reeled off 3, completing a comeback to level this one up in the same style he did against Dennis Harbour. Kevin Painter is back in this game. It's level, and we'll see how it concludes after the break.
That man Mark Durbridge must be feeling pretty flat after winning the first 5 legs of this contest when Kevin Painter could not find a double for love nor money, but the artist suddenly managed to learn how to finish. Reeled off 3 straight himself, a habit of doing that yesterday against Dennis Harbour, and Painter back in business and all square after 2 sets, showing that tungsten tenacity that he's well known for.
And that was a complete turnaround on both aspects there. Kevin Painter started to find the finishes that was his Achilles heel, his kryptonite in the early part of this game. And Mark Dudbridge just started to come off the pace a little bit. Everything levelled up, including the scoreboard.
Great effort from a couple of fans in the crowd there in the front row who had owl masks on to support Richie Howson and now have gone full-on artiste in their appreciation of Kevin Painter.
I like that ploy as well. You know, if you're not sure who's going to win, just bring multiple outfits and then you can just change throughout the day. It reminds you of that child at school, you know, who was like a Man United fan one week and then there was a Man City fan, and I don't think there were many Man City fans when I was at school, actually.
114.
It looked like he was about to be brushed aside, Kevin Painter, but he's back in business now, looking mean.
48.
And up for the fight. The man who did reach the semi-finals of the inaugural event last year, lost out there to Robert Thornton, the eventual winner, who is in action next.
I feel like that first session was probably good for both players, just to get any nerves out the way or anything that may be hindering that performance. They've both made a couple of mistakes, they've both had moments of brilliance, and I feel like this little session now where we're going to go down to the winner is where we're going to see the very best of both players. And already the case in point, because since the break we've had 2 180s already.
Well, when he started on treble 18 there, I just wondered if he assumed because Kevin Painter had hit a 180 he wouldn't be on a finish, but Rush had kept his wits about him. Back to back though from Painter.
32.
Can't do anything about Mark Dudbridge having these darts at the double. Did get the big call there from Paul Higgs, which sometimes can cause its own little distraction. Kevin Painter, back-to-back 180s have earned him this opportunity. We've had 3 180s in the leg. We've had 3 missed doubles in the leg. And we've had a 35 finish in the leg going the way of Kevin Painter. And this one's going in little lumps, isn't it? So we had 5 legs without reply from Mark Dudbridge. We're now on 4 legs without reply from Kevin Painter.
And that one leg was almost indicative of the entire match.
96.
Dudbridge getting ahead. Painter coming back from absolutely nowhere.
99.
You haven't been with us all afternoon. Just a reminder of the results so far. Richie Howson fulfilling his
140.
darting dream, seeing off Phil Taylor in the quarter-finals of this World Seniors Darts Championship, and the qualifier is into the semis.
55.
Howson winning that one by 3 sets to 1. The same result for the American ace Leonard Gates, who averaged 94.5 in a fabulous match against Darryl Fitton, who threw 9 180s against him, also winning 3-1.
Yeah, good luck trying to predict that. Between games, I sort of went and sat out in the crowd, and everyone thinks there's going to be a different winner. Dudbridge trying to stay in this one. Kevin Painter will look down at the treble 19.
Michael Carl 167.
Himself on a 2-darter. Dudbridge, a big ask, but it is not out of the realms of possibility until now.
Threatened it, Kevin Painter just behind him there
99.
again.
Kevin Carl 72.
Struggling to stay still, impatient to get to the hockey and carry on his charge. Double top will do it for a 5th straight leg.
52. Mario Carl 68.
But to stop the rot, Won the first 5 legs, lost the next 4. Double 4 to get the leg on the board, and he's getting animated as well. Are we going to get a bit of testosterone bouncing around the stage?
We just may have caught in the corner of the screen there the snarl and smirk of Kevin Painter, just in response to the reaction from Dudbridge. This might get a little bit interesting, not just for the darts that are being thrown.
140.
The animation of the people throwing them. Simmering away, isn't it?
96.
Absolutely. Both players know what is on the line here, and both players have walked into this venue before with the opportunity of winning a World Championship. Someone will be crowned the
60.
Seniors World Champion at the end of today. And actually, it's interesting when you look at that stat, because if I asked you how many times you think Kevin Painter's walked into a venue knowing he could be the World Champion, you'd say,
59.
well, 2004. But actually, he played in the quarter-final stage of this last year, reached through to the semi-final, and because it's all played on the same day, there was the opportunity he could leave the World Champion.
89.
The same opportunity arises itself today, so this is the 3rd time Kevin Painter has prepared himself to try and become World Champion
55.
on a day. Is it 3rd time lucky for the artist?
$121.
Is it going to carry on going in little runs of legs? Dudbridge just
140.
having the tide with that
91.
68 finish. Now he's looking at 91. Double 14. Would have left double 16. Painter gets a
51.
supersized shot.
Kevin Carl 151.
Try and break back.
Biggest finishes took so far this week, 120. Dudbridge has hit a 154. Painter for a 151 to break the throw of Mark Dudbridge. And you said expect some reactions. There is a reaction from the artist. He adopts a power position, the hands on the hip, the shoulders back, the chest thrusted into the air, and rightly so. A massive 151 to break Mark Dudbridge.
The full Painter peacockery there. Just taking a moment to calm himself down after that release. Matches are won in moments. Mark Dudbridge again will be wondering how he's in this position. And winning the first 5 legs of the game could be about to find himself behind in sets.
100.
This is Mark Dudbridge's set, if we're looking at the player who throws first.
58.
Kevin Painter hasn't been able to recompose himself yet after that 151. Open this one after 6 starts, still inside the 400s.
140. $44.
And this will be frustrating for Kevin Painter. I can tell you right now, he'll be thinking, how do you take out a 151 finish and then not hit a treble 20 in 9
47.
darts?
The style has become the hint of a smile, an ironic one
45.
as well, not just 9 darts, but a dozen now for Kevin Painter. And 3 of those visits have seen him miss the big segment, not just the treble.
Yeah, not staying straight, going into the 5s
100.
and into the 7. That's just going left.
There we go. Back in business. Could be on a finish.
100.
He's on a finish.
Mark Carl 114.
See those arms lofted to the side. Wondering how you can hit a 180 after not getting a treble in 12, but Dudbridge could reply with a tumpless finish and tops
74.
himself.
Kevin Carl 147.
Well, the 151 was the big break. Now he wants a 147. Oh, this would be extraordinary. Double 18.
111. Mario Kart 40.
What a brace of outshots that would have been.
Not just that, the 180 setup shot as well to get him into that position. 2 10s for Dudbridge for a level game, and a completely level game. 1 set apiece, 2 legs apiece. Advantage, Mark Dudbridge. Due to that little green dot next to his name that symbolises it will be Mark Dudbridge to throw first for the set.
There are legs and then there are legs. Set play.
81.
Kevin Painter could have already sealed it had he managed to complete that sizzling spell with a double 18 for the 147.
125.
This game is going the way of no surprises so far. Bobby George couldn't split them, we couldn't split them, the stats couldn't split them. That might split them.
There is some style and swagger on that stage. Go with the skill.
60.
Dudbridge went for a little walk there in celebration.
When it comes down to timing, I don't think there's any better time to hit that 180 than in that situation when the two are neck and neck.
This might be a better time. And he mirrors the reaction. You know that conversation we have about playing the dartboard or playing their opponent? Well, they're certainly playing each other here.
I'm sat with a smile on my face. Chris Murphy next to me has a smile on his face. The whole crowd at that point had a big smile on their face. Kevin Painter wants a smile on his face, but he's just pulled that into the 5. Leaves himself 71. Wants to leave this on a single darter and pressurise the 43 of Mark Dudbridge.
Mario Kart 43.
What an enjoyable game to watch. Two players going at it.
11.
It's a real cliffhanger.
Mario Kart 53.
Dudbridge misses his opportunity. Can Painter take his?
I think if you're a fan of reactions in darts, set the record button now.
Game shot the first set.
Kevin Painter in 2 darts takes the lead. He was 5-0 down in legs not long ago, and it looked like Mark Dudbridge are going to race into a 2-0 set lead. But Kevin Painter has found some inspired darts and takes the lead in the match, puts himself a set away from a second consecutive semi-final appearance.
The reaction from Kevin Painter there, applauded by his partner Jane.
60.
He's the ultimate darting showman, isn't he, Kevin Painter? And it's not manufactured with him.
He just doesn't hold back. This is just natural Kevin Painter. That's why he's so popular out on the exhibition circuit, and almost every weekend you'll find him somewhere around the country in local bars and tournaments and events.
That was the Flash family and friends there we just saw. His partner Mel and daughter who joined him on the stage after his opening victory. He's banned that, doesn't want to tear up again. He might be in tears for the wrong reasons at the end of this match. Remember, it seems a long time ago, doesn't it, since he was a set up and 2 legs to the good in set 2.
And I don't think we need to reel back too much as well to get another key moment. That set that was won by Kevin Painter. Mark Dudbridge actually had 2 darts himself to win that. He could have been 2-1 up. So he has got to the point twice now where he could win this set and has let Kevin Painter not just back into the game but take control.
It's a decent standard as well. The average is around the 90 mark, and the players seem to be getting better as the game goes on. Double 16 for Painter to go ahead
51. Final card
in
75.
this fourth set. Durbridge needs tops to break.
35. Daniel Carr 16.
Every time he misses, the level of importance in relation to the match is just increasing. Kevin Painter 2-8s. Hold his throw in the first leg
Game shot the
of the
first
fourth
leg.
set.
Kevin Painter.
Painter leads
Second leg Mark to throw first.
by 2 sets to 1, 1 leg to 0 in what is a really dramatic darting ding-dong.
One of the 60.
More drama here than at Albert Square. Extended as Jay Brown.
59.
All the stars coming out to catch the action at the Circus Tavern. And they're being treated today. Feel like a shoulder workout the amount of times they've had to hoist those cards up into the air today.
Jay Brown, the character. JB Borthwick, the man who plays him. And characters on the stage.
$85.
180s in the match now.
82.
2 in this leg from Mark Durbridge.
$42.
Just feel like both players are now just enjoying being embroiled in the battle. You can see when the big shots are going in that the players are almost smiling and just enjoying along. Kevin Painter, a big 136. That reaction from him, though, he feels this leg has gone.
Has it gone? Has it gone?
Game
Yes,
shot
yes,
the
it
second leg. Mark Goodrich. Third leg Kevin to throw first.
And Kevin will enjoy this as well, getting embroiled in one of these battles where both players are reacting. The 180s, the 12 maximums you've seen so far, split 6 apiece. He likes to use the expression, a red rag to a bull.
60.
I don't like to praise you too much. In fact, I positively detest it, Matt. But before the game, you said you just couldn't find anything to separate them. And the stats during the game
81.
bearing that analysis out, aren't they?
Yeah, I think we might even have the same in our next game as well. When Robert Thornton takes on Neil Duff, it's going to be a
43.
fantastic end to your afternoon action here at the seniors. And with that, brings its own tensions as well, because obviously the prize money and the opportunities are
60.
raising round by round, which just makes every single situation feel magnetised, feel zoomed in.
This darting theatre really does breed tension. The way that the crowd respond, fall silent when the players are throwing. And I get the sense that the players are buying into that a little bit themselves. The game seems to be slowing down.
44.
Yeah, I literally just had a conversation about this off air, and I said that watching the darts here, it's like the crowd are joining in and the crowd are going with the players. They're not making it about them.
Or just appreciating the action. Real darts
39.
fans. We're just real darts fans that happen to have microphones in our hands. I could just sit silently and watch this, so I'm sure a few at home wish that I would.
38.
Woodbridge way back on a non-finish here. But like Kevin Painter's been doing to him, he's going to want to hit big, just to let Kevin Painter know he's going to be there. It gets no bigger than that. The maximum shot really there for Woodbridge in order to leave a finish.
The finish he left was tops. The finish Painter wants is tops.
Game shot the
Painter
third leg.
picks it
Kevin
off.
Painter.
And now he's on the brink.
Both
Dubbridge
ways marked you through first.
has no room for error here. At this sporting circus, he is tiptoeing across the tightrope.
And just to unlock the darting psychology here for you, if Kevin Painter was to go and miss that 58, Mark Duddridge goes, I made you do that. However, Kevin Painter, who hit that in 2 darts, he's thinking, it don't matter what you do, because I'm just going to brush it aside.
Brilliant, watchable,
132.
game of darts. 2 players who make no mistake have been here to win since the first darts in this tournament were tossed.
115.
Yeah, Kevin Painter's been building up to this for weeks. He knew he was coming here a few months back. And he knows he wants to win one of these senior titles. And he is more than capable of doing so.
As you might expect when we get to the business end, the standard has been superb so far today.
96. Michael Carl,
Is this match going to go the
132.
distance? Dubbridge, he's doing what he needs to do to give himself the best chance. He holds here,
64.
then has to break.
Kevin will be fancying his chances here. He's seen Mark Duddridge miss quite a few of these opportunities and chances.
85. Martin Carl,
Remember
68.
what I said earlier about Kevin Painter on those sort of shots in that sort of range. Duddridge will be well aware of that situation and ensures that Kevin Painter does not come back. Kevin Painter is now throwing first to win the match and book himself a place in the semi-finals.
Dubbridge eased through the
59.
opening set, remember, winning 3 unanswered legs and then added a 4th and 5th before Painter wrestled back the second. He then won the third 3-2. We're at 2-2 again
94.
on the artist darts. For him, it's win to see the semi-final spot. For Dubbridge, it's break to stay in
45.
this match and this tournament.
The early exchange here favours Mark Duddridge. Kevin Painter unable to find a treble.
He's had to do it time and time again this tournament, dig himself out of holds, Kevin Painter. To do it in this match, he's had to do it in this leg. But he's just got a helping hand.
This is the chance he would have wanted, and that's why the approach play on this situation was a little bit slower. Kevin Painter is a very good player at reading the match and understanding the situation that is in front of him.
He has a famous saying behind the scenes, Kevin Painter, how's your look? And I think that might have been what he muttered as he walked back there. Because that dart that found the treble 1 was very unlucky, just resting on the wire. Is this match going to go down to the wire? Dubbridge will have the first throw at a finish.
60.
And Kevin Painter hasn't left one, so it's 6 darts from 1-4-6 to force a 5th and deciding set.
And he kind of rescues the situation a little bit there with the last dart. Some good maths there for Duddridge to leave himself a potential 2-darter. But this time, it's going to be under a lot more pressure from the artist. He's on a much more doable 2-darter. The 54 for the match, if Mark Duddridge cannot convert this 100 finish.
He's gone tops. One in the left corner.
60.
And one too high.
Kevin Carl, 54.
Too much to take for the Flash family. And now Kevin Painter has his chance to seal a second successive semi-final at the Seniors World Championship.
He's approaching this like a man going into battle, and he's sealed.
these out?
Yeah, just get those out the board and the one off the floor. Yeah, that was a slugfest.
That was a great game. Listen, people that say the seniors can't play darts, that's just made a mockery of that. That was a classic game. It really was.
I mean, watching it is fantastic for the neutral. Playing in it, I never know whether you love... I suppose it depends whether you've won or lost, but whether you love playing in a game like that or if it's nervy.
No, I always like a battle, and I know Mark from old, and he likes a battle as well, and he's a class player. That was a really good game, and Mark is a class player as well, and Mark's not been doing too much over the last few years, but he's got himself back into it, and he's a class player, and he's going to go on and do well in this season.
So you'd like to see him back against Weaver? Yeah.
Oh, definitely. Mark's playing really well at the moment.
Right, can I go back to the start of the game? You lost the first 5 legs. This just proves what a player you are, that 5 legs down, you came out absolutely battling.
Yeah, I think it shows sometimes, listen, we're not going to be banging 110 averages in like, you know, the top of the range lads and that, but sometimes you've got a bit of bottle and you've got a bit of fight. If you've still got that, you can win games. You know, I lost 2 sets yesterday, or won 2 sets yesterday when I was 2-0 down, and that, if I hadn't won that set, Mark would have gone on and probably won the game.
And that's the magnificent thing about a set play competition. So you lost the first 5 legs, 3 legs later you're going in 1 apiece.
Yeah, I mean, all my success over the years has been on set play. I'm not a great match play player, to be fair, you know, or, you know, some of my results have not. Having said that, when I won my TV major, that was over set play or, you know, legs. So, but I do enjoy the set play better. You know, you can be 2-0 down and still win, so.
Right, you're a semi-finalist, so how long before you manage to put that out of your mind, it's gone, it's done, and look forward to the next one?
I'll enjoy that for a minute, because that was a really good game, and I like the battle, and I'm glad I won it. No, we move on now, there's another game tonight, and, you know, I'll get my head around that, and we'll go on tonight.
You've got the winner of the next game on, 2 current world champions. Will you keep an eye on it?
No problem. Well, I'll just say hello to the lads that have come out. I've got a lot of support on that. I like, you know, so thanks to all the lads that have come down, and I appreciate I've had people down from Rugby, Ipswich, everything like that. So I've got a lot of support, and local lads as well from Essex, obviously. So I'll say hello to them and that, and I'll chill out and do my own thing, yeah.
Thanks very much for the entertainment. Anyway, hopefully bring it again tonight.
I will do.
All right, Kevin Painter, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Kevin. What a great game that was for us. And as I said, 2 current world champions on this stage next. See you after the break.
Kevin started off really bad. He had 5 legs down, couldn't hit a double. Dubbridge was pumping them in, and then it turned. The match turned, and Kevin was hitting the doubles. Dubbridge was missing, but they had the same sort of... Well, look at the 180s over it. So many 180s today. Isn't it?
What is it about Kevin's game you like? Can I just say that when he starts to get a little bit of a snarl on, and you can see how much it means to him, I think that's infectious for the crowd and for people watching at home.
That's the way he is. I know him since he's really young. He's always been that way. He's aggressive to himself. Come on, Kev, he says all that. He gives all the hype, you know. But he's not like that off the dartboard. He's quite reasonably quiet guy. He played really well there. Once he got going, the trebles were coming, the finishing was good. The 151, Dubbridge must have been well hurt in that one. When he hit the 151, that hurt him bad. But got to keep going, and Dubbridge missed doubles again. And Kevin took his chances. Yeah. And that's all was in it. Few doubles, changed his game. Scoring-wise, really great game.
Yeah, it was nice to hear Kevin as well saying that Mark had played so well in Mark's debut in the Seniors Tour, and
yeah,
we hope we'll see him back, because obviously he's been a great player down the years, and he's still a great player. Bobby, one thing about Kevin is that got the semi-finals here last year, and we can see how much a title like this would mean to him.
Sure.
Can he build on that now and win the semi-final and win the final? Of course he can.
But he's not doing it. That's the problem, doing it. But he's capable of winning. Obviously he is. If he plays steady like that, he can't start off like that.
Yeah.
You know, he actually got away with it, to be honest with you. But if he carries on scoring like he did in the last half of the match, then he can do it.
Well, to have a chance, he's got to beat either Robert Thornton, who's the defending Seniors World Champion, or Neil Duff. They're about to come out any moment now to play the final quarter-final, and this is somewhat unusual.
I know what you're going to say.
It's a match between two world champions.
Yeah, there is.
The reigning Seniors World Champion against the reigning WDF World Champion. So that is slightly unusual in itself. We know a lot about Robert, clearly. Won the title, won the match play, PDC circuits. We know less about Neil Duff, but what we do know that he's a magnificent player.
He's very tough to beat. He got a lot of ball on the dartboard.
Stature, Bob, as well.
Stature, yeah.
He holds himself.
He's a reliable dart player. I would call him reliable, because once he gets in the mode, he leans forward and he hits in trebles and doubles, and he's good to watch. And I like Thornton because he's so fast. He's up there like he just like taking a dog for a walk, it won't come back. He just runs away from you all the time.
So those things he used to run around on batteries all the time.
Yeah, that's what he's like. He's trying to catch it. Yeah, that's what it's like, isn't he?
Fourth quarter final, back to Paul Starr.
Well, the final quarter-final of this afternoon session at the Circus Tavern features the reigning and defending World Seniors Darts champion Robert Thornton taking on the current WDF World Champion in Neil Duff, making his debut in this tournament and making a very good fist of things as well, as is this man who really turned up despite not being in the greatest of form before the tournament. But Northern Ireland's Duff managed to get the better of former world champions Lisa Ashton and Keith Deller. Now he's looking at another one in the form of Robert Thornton, who is hoping to set up a repeat meet in the semi-finals with Kevin Painter, who came through a really entertaining encounter against Mark Dudbridge. We've kind of said it every game so far.
First set, first leg. It's Robert to throw first. Game on.
This one really could be the best of all four quarterfinals, couldn't it? The two players in action have been two of the best of the tournament.
121.
Yeah, statistically, Robert Thornton, the second best running average, Neil Duff, the third best running average. So, just like the last game, there's not really much you can do in terms of a stat or a number crunching that's going to give us too much of an advantage in this one. And we can't even say, well, one of them is the current world champion, because they both are. Robert Thornton settles into this one with a 180 in just his second visit of the match.
100.
Yeah, there's been a lot of those today. It's getting boring now. 8 for Robert Thornton in the tournament so far.
85.
We saw Daryl Fitton throw in 9 in elimination. Mark Dudbridge had half a dozen himself and was
60.
also knocked
Robert,
out.
you require 115.
But to start us off, we had 12 dart leg, including a 180 and a 115 finish.
Robert
That
Thornton
is why he has
Second
lifted
leg, it's
2
Neil to
out
throw
of 3 of these
first.
senior
Game on.
titles so far.
Just get the sense that he really does feel like the main man in these tournaments. Mentioned the form before.
97.
Comes from other places. He did go to the tour event recently and didn't play well at all. He hasn't been at his best when he's played on the Modus Super Series, but he's turned up here
60.
and he looks every inch a man who's going to defend his title.
I had a conversation with Robert actually about 6 months back after he just won the match play in Hull.
140.
And he said to me there that he loves it when people write him off because he loves proving people wrong. Despite coming into this as the defending champion, and if we look at the sports book, he was the favourite coming into this event as well, or the joint favourite with Phil Taylor. But actually, when you look at all the predictions and the media outlets, Robert Thornton was actually predicted to go out to Scott Mitchell earlier on.
Yeah, and Thornton took care of Scott Mitchell. No drama at all. 3 straight sets. In fact, yet to drop a set in the tournament, having been off Roland Shelton 3-0 as well.
174. Neil requires 66.
That for Thornton, his third maximum visit so far. The 2 180s, the 174. But Neil Duff says, I don't care about that. He takes out the 66 with 1 dart in hand. This is everything already we expected it to be.
And more. Neil Duff showing great composure there to level up the opening set. Have to give full credit to the 2 ladies in the front row again. They've backed every winner today, haven't they? Every bit of fancy dress, those 2 in the Scottish attire.
So, by that rule, are we saying that they could potentially be spoilers for this match? As Robert Thornton hits a 180 in every leg so far. Even at a 174. 4 maximum visits already.
100.
Well, it's very early to be talking about averages, but if he keeps this up, not only will he smash the seniors' record average, he might actually smash the record average anywhere, anytime. This is the shot that won him
100.
the UK Open when he beat Phil Taylor in the final 11 years ago.
He had a 12-darter in the opener, that was with a 115 finish. Won't be a 12 on this occasion. Winning the leg is the important thing here for Robert Thornton. Neil Duff won't back down. Just like this situation, he
60.
loves playing on the stage.
Robert, you require 64.
It can't be nice when every time you look up, the man you're playing's hitting everything.
Aim shot on the third.
He always hits that.
Robert Thornton.
Staggering start
to throw first.
to this quarter-final from Robert Thornton.
85. $45.
You mentioned that the form of Robert Thornton wasn't quite what we'd expected Robert Thornton coming into this on
59.
the Seniors Tour and when he's played on the Super Series. But one thing we can say about Robert Thornton is he knows how to prepare for the big matches, these TV games, when he gets hours to be able to prepare and get himself ready and set. He's actually picked up 5 titles now on the TV. We always think about the UK Open and the Grand Prix, and more recently we talk about the seniors ones.
43.
He also won the BDO World Masters back in 2007 as well, another TV title, and that's a handful of TV titles now for Robert Thornton.
140.
This is the kind of start that he produced in the final against Martin Adams. He just raced away, left Wolfie with way too much to do last year. Neil Duff's doing a decent job of standing up to it, but what on earth can he do about this?
180.
He's hit a 180 in every leg of this match.
100.
This is incredible, even for the standard set by a 5-time TV winner. And when he's on song, this tops almost becomes a guarantee.
32. Neil, you require 74.
Neil Duff has had nothing but crumbs in this opening set. This time, he cannot
Robert,
take
you
the
require
small
20.
sliver of a chance that Robert Thornton gave to him.
Aim
And
shot
that
the first set.
is that.
Robert
An
Thornton.
absolutely sublime
Second
start
set, first
from the
set. Gets Neil
Scotsman,
to throw first.
who in that opening set
Game on.
has averaged 107.56.
$100.
Anywhere, that is an incredible standard, isn't it?
Well, you look at the front 9 as well.
60.
110 on the front 9. That is elite levels. What you expect from someone who's won 5 titles on the TV.
83.
Actually, one thing I like to do is I like to go onto YouTube and type in the players' names and
95.
search by views to see what the most viewed things are of that player. And I did that today when I saw Robert Thornton here, and the most viewed video he's got, and probably rightly so, one of the moment in history when he took on James Wade at Dublin, the double start tournament, and they both hit a 9-darter in the game.
140.
Well, you can see why, can't you? 2 players that are so good on tops, and the way Robert Thornton's hitting treble 20s here. You have to feel that a 9-dart finish may just be a possibility in this game.
Oh, you're teasing us.
Would be the first we've seen in a
100.
seniors
Neil, you require
stage tournament.
124.
This will be the first leg that Robert Thornton is not able to hit a maximum. Good. Treat us to a 106 finish instead.
29. Robert, you require 106.
Stormed through the first set with a 107 average. Didn't want that. Wants double 18 now instead of tops.
88.
Maybe just knocked him out of his stride
Neil, you
somewhat.
require 95.
Yeah, you saw the little pause and the little sly nod with her head. He'll just go in the more traditional route for the 95.
90.
And again, it's just one dart of double.
Robert,
That's
you
all he's
require
managing to
80.
get in this one due to the scoring power of Robert Thornton.
Ain't
Who goes
shot the
straight
first
for the
leg.
double 9.
Robert
This is
Thornton.
exceptional standard here from Robert
Second
Thornton.
leg, it's
He
Robert to
breaks
throw
the throw of
first.
Neil Duff in the opening leg of the set. And this, right now, is all about
on.
Robert Thornton.
It might not end up being as predicted the match of the round, but it could certainly end up being the display of not just the round, but the tournament.
100.
Doesn't that just show you how good that this tournament is shaping up, though, now coming into the semi-final stage? Because what we've said so far today, every player that's come off, we've gone, oh, they
100.
could win it. Oh, they could win it. We've got 4 potential winners now.
The semi-finals this
100.
evening, Richie Howson against Leonard Gates, who is statistically the best performer in the tournament so far, but might not be by the end of this match.
58.
The winner of this one will take on Kevin Painter through to the semis for the second successive season.
134.
He's just not stopping, he's not slowing down. Making it look like a Sunday stroll through the park.
95. But you require 167.
Level 19. The bullseye.
127.
Well, he excited us all and then did what Robert Thornton does, which is leaves tops because never mind the ball.
140. Robert, you
Double
require
20
40.
is inevitable.
Just caught the flight on the way through. He's got a nice clean open
20.
target at the 10s.
Neil, you
Got
require
140
108.
from Neil Duff. Never give up. Let's give him the opportunity at the 108 to get the advantage of the throw back. And
Aim
once
shot
again
the
for Neil
second
Duff,
leg.
it is
Neil
just
Duff.
one dart at the double, but this time he is able to convert.
Third leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Caught in the crossfire, but you have to give him credit, Neil Duff. Living off scraps against the Scotsman,
95.
but still very much in the match at this stage. Thornton missing the opportunity there, you would expect, I did expect,
46.
3 darts in hand and double top in front of him, that he would have doubled his lead.
I'm going to pick up on a point here, because one thing I did this morning when I
60.
got to the venue is I watched back through all the different media outlets, the interviews that the players gave at the end of their games. Robert Thornton said, and I wrote this in big bold because I thought this could be an
140.
interesting point. He says, if my doubles don't go straight away, it starts to get to me. And we've seen Robert Thornton get on his own back before in the past.
180.
Missing those opportunities, is that just a little point that we may reference later on?
145.
Really sensible switch there from Robert Thornton. The 180 from Duff didn't leave him on a finish, so the Thorn has left himself on one first.
140.
Biggest
Robert,
of
you
the lot.
require 170.
For a dozen dart heartbreaker. Duff's just hit a 140 there to leave 26.
40.
Yeah, he clearly liked the lie on
Neil,
the
you require
darts that was already
26.
in the board, and he's clearly got the attitude of they're all the same size.
But he does get 3 darts at it.
No score.
Doesn't find with any of them.
Robert, you
Thornton,
require
having messed up his
130.
big fish opportunity, goes for the small one. Now he will go for the bullseye.
92.
That's where that bounce out
Neil,
really
you
come
require
back to hurt,
26.
because in the treble with the first one, he could have teed up for his favourite tops instead of a dart at the ball. But this is the problem with 26. The breakdown burns a dart with the 5s.
22.
Maybe it wasn't the right play
Robert, you
after
require
all.
38.
Straight for it. Straight in
Aim shot on the
it.
third leg.
Back in command
Robert Thornton.
of the set, Robert Thornton. The king of seniors
Full leg,
darts.
it's Robert to
World
throw
champion.
first.
World match play champion.
Game on.
In its inaugural year last year. And he's flexing his muscles here. It's a great point you mentioned, actually, about him getting bothered by missing things. Because
59.
Robert Thornton is one of the most readable players ever to grace the Oki, a man who certainly wears his heart on his sleeve and his feelings on his face.
55.
You'll be feeling good.
140.
If Neil Duff is to go on and lose this set, he will not panic. He's got very positive vibes and experiences of that. Went 3-0 down in the WDF World Championship. A championship he went on to win, which is why he's got that star on the back of his shirt there above his name.
83.
3-0 down to Jim McEwen and brought it back. Survived match darts, ended up winning that 4-3 and went on to win the title. So he won't panic if Robert Thornton continues the current trend
100.
and takes a 2-0 lead. And you sort of feel like the break, Robert Thornton doesn't want it right now.
Yeah, and he was in bullish mood in that tournament you mentioned there as well. He
123.
consistently predicted that he would win the title. Unwavering belief, even in the position, the predicament that he found himself in.
49.
He's going to find himself in a
Robert, you require
bit of a
96.
predicament here as well.
Sets up his favourite tops. Even though he doesn't seem quite happy with that situation, he's left tops for a 2-0 lead. All Neil Duff can do is hit and hope,
100.
which has kind of been the story
Robert, you
of this
require
first
40.
session.
Just is starting to miss tops a little bit more. Coming for cover. 5-5. Had a look at Neil's score. Just have to go for it.
35.
Fails to find it.
Neil, you require
Neil Duff was in a
112.
very similar situation to this earlier. He hit the 140 and then took out the 108 finish. He can still do this with a treble 19. That shot has now gone. Robert Thornton, 5 in bits.
42.
For the
Robert,
2-0
you require
lead.
5.
2-2, of course. The double that won him this title last year. Fails to find it for this set.
3.
And the set may go on a little longer.
Neil, you require 70.
I start to miss, it starts to get to me quick, he said in that interview. This will get to him quick if he sees Neil Duff convert the breaker throw. That is a nice start for him and the way that his
30.
darts lie, but he couldn't make the most of it. So
Robert,
a
you
man who loves the
require
top end of
2.
the board, looking at 2 for 2.
Aim shot on
And
the
Robert
second set. Robert Thornton
is in total control of this quarter-final clash. Title defence at the Tavern is gathering pace as the defending World Seniors Darts champion Robert Thornton has moved to within a set of the semi-finals and a repeat meeting with Kevin Painter after winning 2 excellent sets of darts for him against Neil Duff, who is yet to deliver. Robert Thornton dominating the opening set with an average of 107.56, winning it 3-1, not allowing Duff any real opportunities.
First leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
That wasn't the case in the second. The standard inevitably dropped from Thornton there, but Duff did miss a big chance and was made to pay by the Scotsman, who's won away from the last
140.
And that answers my first question before I even get a chance to ask it, which was, I wonder if that break's just going to take a little bit of the sting out of
100.
Robert Thornton. One of the differences between the floor games and the stage games, having to adapt to those commercial breaks, because
93.
if you play on the Pro Tour or the Euro Tour or any of the other tours and events, there's no comfort breaks. You just play from start through to finish.
81.
Doesn't seem to have affected him too much at all, but he's a vastly experienced player, so why would he even contemplate questioning him?
171.
He's rattled in the maximums in this match, 4 of those, then he adds a 171. We also saw a 174 earlier from Thornton, so really it's 6.
Robert, you require 97.
Enormous visits, where he's found 3 big trebles. Straight away,
57.
Neil Duff, he's just left, languishing. A long, long way behind.
It's not like he's putting a bad performance, he just ran into one here, Robert Thornton. Robert Thornton pings tops and just continues this trend. He had the best average of anybody in the opening round, and when Leonard Gates posts that 94.51 in his 3-1 victory earlier over Darryl Fitton, he sort of felt maybe that would be the average of the round. Robert Thornton had different ideas. And sometimes coming to a venue as well, and
85.
just gives you positive vibes when you go somewhere that you've had those good memories. Viewers at home, you may, when you go to a certain seaside location or to a certain house, it just reminds you of positive experiences from the past. Robert Thornton will have that in this venue. Came here in 2009 for the Players' Championship Finals, reached the final of that event, lost out to Phil Taylor, and then came here last year for the debut of the Seniors World Championship, and we all know Robert Thornton lifted that title.
100.
Is the World Seniors champion who's dominating Duff, the WDF World Championship winner, taking that crown.
We'll be streaming tonight, so make sure you do subscribe.
Thornton Tavern.
133.
Might be repeated 12 months on.
136.
I was just thinking for the first time in this game, Neil Duff might have a little bit of breathing room. There is none of that. Great first start from Neil Duff. That's one of those shots that looks low in terms of the actual numbers, but the actual probability of it is quite tricky, because unless you find the treble 10 with the first dart, you still only get one dart at the double.
100.
Look at that 140 column for Robert Thornton. He's converting the tons
125
into ton 40s and maximums with just much more regularity than his opponent Neil Duff.
100.
I'd mentioned earlier on, Neil Duff has been in this situation before. He knows how to get out of this, and he'll also know that with set play, it is never over. Just cast your mind back to the last game. Mark Dugbridge actually won the first 5 legs of the game with Kevin Painter. Ended up losing it 3-1. Big last. Just starting to get to that situation where it was becoming big advantage Robert Thornton. Neil Duff has set up a 2-darter.
49. Neil, you require 96.
It's a bit of a mess of the 167. Nice marker for Duff just to come inside, and all of a sudden the tide is starting to turn.
Game on.
Yeah, it was a really tidy leg of darts, a dozen dart break there for Duff, who now throws to win a set.
100.
But we keep coming back to it, it's how quickly it can change, isn't it? Because if he doesn't take advantage of that, then suddenly Thornton will be throwing to win the match.
I think that's the thing I like about set play as well, because you're always if. You're never sure. Nothing ever looks easy, nothing ever looks assured, or
100.
you can never really predict the way it's going to go, because in just a short amount of time, an exchange of 15 darts, and you're looking at a completely different
60.
picture.
Robert Thornton had the record average at a seniors event taken away from him yesterday by Leonard Gates. Well, he's at a level that would wrestle it back at the first available opportunity here.
It's like he's saying, this seniors tour is his playground. He did refuse the opportunity to go to Q School this year in January, citing the seniors now as his priority and his focus,
100.
which he wouldn't have been able to have played in had he have got a tour card. But I suppose after winning 2 of the 3 titles last year on the TV stages, you're going to make that decision.
140. Neil, you require 141.
Great pressure piling visit there from Robert Thornton. Would have loved to have filled it up, but he gives himself the chance.
100.
Deny Duff the set here
180.
and serve out the match. There's nowhere he'd rather be than top.
78.
But this time he
Neil,
fails
you
to find it.
required 41.
That reaction tells you he expected that to go in, just like we all did as well.
For the set.
21.
Is that the moment
Robert, you required 40.
that this match finally got away from Neil Duff? Are his chances over? Double 10 for Thornton. He doesn't like it. He's having to move.
20.
Duff returns with 3 more set darts.
Neil, you required 20.
You heard the cry of, "Oh, Robert."
Game shot on the
Neil
first
Duff
set.
gets his
Neil
first
Duff.
set on the board. And most importantly, that was a set in which Robert
Full
Thornton
set
threw
first leg. It's Neil to throw first. Game
So
on.
despite the early Robert Thornton domination, like Charlie has just said, this is game on.
Thornton was bulldozing Duff.
125.
The first set, certainly.
$180.
Clearly flawed by that He's completely gone, Robert, evidently.
100.
It's where Robert backs back with a 9-darter.
That's not as far away as it may seem.
54.
Duff has found something.
100.
We're disappointed not to be on a finish after that first start was plumb in the treble 20.
100.
Thornton does leave a finish, and it's one that he kind of threatened earlier. Hit the treble 20 and the treble 19, but then decided to lay up rather than go for the ball.
Require 167.
On this occasion, if he can get the 2 trebles, he will be going for the ball.
99. Neil, you require 116.
Thrown a big leg-saving 108 earlier with this sort of combination. Tops.
96.
Well, 116 comes low.
Robert,
offers
you require
encouragement
68.
to Robert Thornton, and he doesn't tend to need much of an invitation.
Game shot on the first leg. Robert Thornton.
Straight away, steals the advantage of throw.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first.
And Robert Thornton
Game
will
on.
now throw to double his lead in this 4th set, meaning Duff would have to reel off 3 straight to save himself.
100.
Speaking of threes,
This is an incredible performance from Robert Thornton in terms of the maximum visits.
85.
There are 2 other maximum visits. By maximum visits, I mean 3 big power scoring trebles.
85.
Vibe about today, don't you? That there's going to be a 9. It might be this evening because all the players hitting a lot of 180s, and this evening they're surely going to bring the best out of each other when they're going head to head.
yeah, are we going to see some firsts in the infancy of the World Seniors Tour? We've seen some
125.
staggering stuff, much of it from Robert Thornton himself, but we're yet to see the perfect leg. We're yet to see a 3-figure average.
60.
Certainly, no
Robert, you
players
require
in the field
111.
capable of producing both. Double top.
Game shot on the second leg.
And Robert Thornton
Robert Thornton.
with a fabulous finish.
Third leg, it's Neil
Started
to
the
throw
leg with the
first.
maximum.
Game on.
Completed it with 111, and he is closing in on that 100 average, you know, as well.
180. 140.
But we were going to get the Smith Van Gerwen leg at the seniors.
32.
The old boys ain't too bad.
100.
That 32, though, from Neil Duff offers a lot of encouragement here to Robert Thornton.
99.
Breathing down the neck of Neil Duff. And sort of been the theme of the match, really, hasn't it? Neil Duff's not been able to have a moment's peace.
83.
He's been under attack the whole time.
Still in with a shout here. Needs to find a treble, you feel.
100.
Does that. 90, a much better leave than 130. Means he is guaranteed, as long as he stays straight,
84.
the dart to win the leg.
Neil, you require 90.
He'll be hoping to get the treble, to give him the 2 darts at the double 15. It is a dart at the bull. This could be a match saver.
65.
94 for Robert
94.
Thornton could be the match winner. For tops.
74. Neil,
Agonisingly
you require
close.
25.
Didn't reach out far enough. Double 12 for Neil Duff.
Game shot on the third leg.
Saves the set,
Neil
saves
Duff.
the match, but now Thornton will throw first.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
I think Neil Duff thought it was him to throw first there, actually. Went and stood in Robert Thornton's way as if he was expecting to be called up to the board.
97.
Unfortunately for Neil Duff, Robert Thornton was called to the board. This shows you that he gets lost in the game. He's embroiled in the battle.
100.
Thornton closing in on a second final
97.
section on the spin, having won the tournament last year, the first one, determined to defend his title. And awaiting him in the semis is the same opponent. Should he get the job done here, Kevin Painter.
A repeat of last year that Kevin Painter will be hoping goes a different direction. Robert Thornton will be more than happy with a full-on repeat, booking himself a place in the final. But he's still got work to do here.
100.
Neil Duff will not lie down. He is chasing him all the way to the finishing line. Average of around 90 here for
132.
Neil Duff.
Neil, you
He's only
require
been fed scraps.
167.
Speaking of averages around 90, that match against Painter, the only time in all of his matches at the Seniors World
97.
Championship that Thornton hasn't
Robert,
averaged
you
more than
require
that.
78.
He's well in excess here. And he's going to leave Tops for the win. Top dog last year,
Game,
and Tops sees the Scotsman.
Robert Thornton.
Back at hours from now with the evening finals and the final.
Yeah, no, I was kind of joking because you're relentless.
Neil's an amazing player. I mean, he never played what he can up here tonight, and I'm thankful for that. But can I just say, my daughter, my two grandkids, and my son-in-law started at 3 o'clock this morning to drive down to cheer me on, and I love you all to bits.
What a performance you've seen as well. Robert, I mean, this time last year it was 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 into the semis, 3-0, 3-0, 3-1 into the semis. You're going to take some stopping.
No, I'm just going to go up and play my darts, and if we're good enough on that game, then I'll keep going.
You've always said the same thing. If they go in, they go in. If they don't, they don't. But look what we've just seen. You averaged 107 plus in the first set.
Yeah, I think I'd Phil Taylor's old Adam. But no, to be honest with you, I felt good. I felt good.
Yeah. You're quick. We know that. Some of your doubles, I swear you don't even look before you chuck them in.
No, it's weird because sometimes when I look at it, I just chuck it and it goes in. And I thought, what a lucky bugger. But hey, it's no...
Oh, it's Sunday!
I do apologise.
Yes, you apologise.
But they do... Yeah, sometimes when I'm not looking at doubles, I can just throw them, they'll go in. And I do it in practice sometimes, and I'm going, how are they going in? But...
Bobby, fair play, you know where everything is.
Bobby says to me yesterday, he says, what is he saying? You didn't even name some of your doubles, you just went in.
Yeah. You still beat yourself up though, don't you? Anything that you miss.
Yeah, I do. I think that's what keeps me focused. Right. My wife says to me, she says that you do whatever you need to do when you're on the stage to keep you focused, and if I beat myself up then I keep myself focused.
Do you know, you're absolutely right, because in your game last night with Scott Mitchell, we spoke about it afterwards, that because Scott's a slower player, you brought yourself back and you just looked